talking to local officials, talking to the local sheriffs, talking to the fire chiefs, and hearing from them, listening to what their needs are to support their community, and to make sure that we are bringing in the resources that are needed. And I want to assure you, as I have told the governor, that we at FEMA and the entire federal family are here to support the needs of these communities and delivering exactly what they want, where they want, and when they need it. I listened to these local officials during these visits to identify what else needed to come in. One of the things we identified was the ability to get commodities from the points of distribution to the front doors, because we knew that there were a number of isolated and limited access communities that were out there. I am so appreciative that my DoD colleagues are here with us today to support us in this critical mission. The Title X forces, as you'll hear from, are augmenting the incredible work that the National Guard has been doing since day one, helping us to truly meet people where they are and bring them these basic needs to help during this response. An event of this size requires significant support, and it requires that support from the entire federal family. I have been coordinating with my counterparts from all of the different departments and agencies to make sure we're bringing in what we need to support this community. I have engaged with their senior leadership, and to date, we have brought in nearly 3,400 federal responders from across the different departments and agencies to North Carolina. This is 20 different departments and agencies bringing in these responders. This is on top of the 1,500 personnel from the Department of Defense that you'll hear from, as well as the thousands that you heard from Governor Cooper and the National Guard, and all of the first responders that have been out in these communities since day one. This is a big team, but this is what is required. I have seen and I have led complex events. This is a complicated event, but let me be clear, FEMA is good at complexity. Our team, we are coordinators, we are collaborators, we are problem solvers, but we are also part of a larger team. And so I am grateful to be surrounded here today by my partners from the Department of Defense who are so committed to helping us support this mission, and together we will be here with North Carolinians as long as it takes. And with that, I'll turn it over to General Morris.
Thank you, ma'am. Today, it's my honor to be the dual status commander, and my role is to ensure unity of effort between our National Guard forces, which the administrator said have been here since before the storm, and now our active duty military forces that have come in to our assistance, and to achieve unity of effort. Today, the citizens of North Carolina have a joint task force that's made up of over 3,300 both active duty and National Guard military forces. That includes 918 vehicles and over 41 aircraft. Your North Carolina National Guard continues the efforts that they have had since well before the storm in places here like Asheville and all across western North Carolina. That also includes National Guard from across the 54 states of the Union. Just yesterday, we received 2 more engineered task forces from both Michigan and Virginia to add to that critical need here to our relief efforts. I want to speak to a moment about the active Army integration that has been seamless. Early communication between senior leaders allowed us to make sure that these active duty forces were equipped properly for the mission at hand. Normally, active duty forces are deploying to fight and win our nation's wars, and so we organized for the mission. Task Force Castle, which came right out of Fort Liberty here in North Carolina, arrived in Marion, North Carolina, and with probably 3 or 4 hours of sleep was conducting missions. They are on their 3rd day of missions here in North Carolina doing route clearance, and at the same time delivering those commodities that the administrator talked about to places that may not have had access to them before. But what they are finding is progress. They're finding that most places have most of the humanitarian assistance that they need, and in some cases they just needed assistance with donation management. So you have soldiers, both National Guard and active duty alike, helping organize the massive amount of donations from generous people from all across this nation. And at the same time, providing relief as we continue to push humanitarian assistance relief. The 101st Soldiers from Fort Campbell, Kentucky, arrived with infantry squad vehicles. I will liken these to all-terrain vehicles, and they are immediately assisting our FEMA partners with wide area searches to continue to make sure that we have located all individuals and also where we might need to deliver more supplies. We also are having them team up with the North Carolina Department of Agriculture. Commissioner Troxler has provided us with locals who know the people and the terrain to allow us to get into areas that we might not have access so far to this point. Our partnership with the Department of Defense in this status is exactly why the dual status commander was invented after the response to Katrina so many years ago. It allows us to seamlessly integrate all components of the military, both National Guard and active, to achieve that unity of effort in our response to relieve the suffering of our fellow citizens here in Western North Carolina. And I'll be followed by the Commander of the United States Northern Command. Sir?
I'm General Greg Ito. I'd like to thank Governor Cooper, Administrator Criswell, and Brigadier General Morrison. I'd like to acknowledge the tremendous amount of tireless work and effort by thousands of people and hundreds of organizations that are bringing aid to the citizens of North Carolina. As the commander of U.S. NORTHCOM, we're honored to support the state, FEMA, and the dual status commander, Brigadier General Morrison, by providing active duty forces in a number of areas that can fall under his command and control, using the dual status commander role that comes from the President through the Secretary of Defense at the request of Governor Cooper, which allows him uniquely to command and control both state and federal forces at the same time. That will bring the citizens of North Carolina a unity of effort and response where we can provide the types of capabilities that are needed that will fall side by side with the North Carolina National Guard troops under his able and forward-thinking leadership. As General Morrison mentioned, the first wave of response has been helicopters from Fort Liberty, engineering battalion from Fort Liberty, and then also the infantry battalions that are coming in from Fort Campbell, Kentucky. But I should point out that those, and the 101st Airborne, but they are part of the 18th Airborne Corps, the elite unit based out of Fort Liberty, that is providing the majority of the 1,500-person Title X response. Additionally, we have some Navy helicopters that are working directly for Administrator Criswell and FEMA, and then we have some very capable search and rescue aircraft that are across the border in Tennessee at McGee-Tyson Air National Guard Base that are flying 10-hour sorties a day throughout western North Carolina, providing search and rescue, medevac, and landing to provide basic medical care and wellness checks throughout the region. I'd like to close by saying it is a tremendous honor for us to support not only Brigadier General Morrison as the commander of these forces, but the state and FEMA in this most important and honorable mission for us, which is to help fellow citizens. Again, thank you very much.
Okay, we'll be glad to take your questions.
Yeah, Governor Cooper, Sean Gallagher, WRAL. You mentioned progress is being made, but we don't have a timeline of when water could be restored for the people here, making it difficult for people to plan how to move forward. What's your expectation for having water restored to Western North Carolina?
Well, that's going to be a community by community event because we had more than 50 water systems throughout Western North Carolina that were impaired or destroyed. Many of them are coming back when the power comes back. So people are getting water a bit at a time. By that I mean that communities are coming on one at a time. We're seeing progress in that. As for Asheville and the places in Buncombe County it serves. It's still going to be a while. There is progress being made, but we don't know yet. We have engineers from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers who are here working with civil engineers and others to make sure that we are doing everything we can to get water back on all over western North Carolina. But we don't have a specific timeline on Asheville Buncombe right now. Do you have anything on that?
What do you say to people who are saying, you know, FEMA or the relief is not there to help them yet? Is it coming, or is it just not in all the areas yet?
People who are saying that are misinformed or intentionally providing misinformation. We have thousands of local, state, and federal officials who are working in North Carolina and who are making sure that people have what they need. There are some very isolated communities that they're doing airdrops and working to find temporary ways to get to them. But if you knew what was happening on the ground, you would see that there is a coordinated effort to help people. Already, FEMA has, I think, more than 104,000 people who have registered for assistance. More than $31 million has been distributed. They have 1,700 people in hotel rooms in their temporary shelter program. There's a lot that's happening right now to help people where they're at. We still don't want tourists coming to western North Carolina right now. We need to preserve roads for the commodities that are coming in, for utility workers, for cell phone workers, for people who are providing medical assistance. There's a lot of work going on to provide, making sure that people are getting their oxygen, making sure they're getting their regular medical supplies. So we don't want people coming right now. There will be some roads that will take quite a while in order to repair, because if you've been to western North Carolina, you know that some roads are very rugged on a beautiful day with no storm. Roads that have been damaged are going to take a while to repair, but we've already gotten $100 million in beginning emergency response from federal DOT. Our state legislature is going in Wednesday to provide additional funding. So we've got everybody on the ground working to repair these roads.
Absolutely false. We are managing this disaster across 6 states right now. We continue to bring in resources. I had people on the ground before this disaster, before the storm hit this part of western North Carolina. We have continued to bring in those resources, and it was part of me being here on Monday of last week, working with the governor to identify what additional resources need to be coming in. And if you've been out here and you've seen the air traffic coming in here and moving out into the communities, they are moving supplies, FEMA supplies, but also donated supplies. We have thousands of people on the ground, not just federal, but also our volunteers in the private sector. And frankly, that type of rhetoric is demoralizing to our staff that have left their families to come here and help the people of North Carolina. And we will be here as long as they're needed. Has what had an effect on operations? Oh, the rumor, I mean, what it does is it really affects the morale of our people who are trying so hard to get into communities. But the biggest effect, I would say, is people that have been impacted are afraid to apply for our assistance. Assistance that then they can get a hotel room. They can get reimbursement for some of the costs or damages to their home. If I can't get them to apply, I can't give them the money and the resources that they're eligible for. And we're hearing that people are afraid to apply for the assistance. And so we need them to know. I've heard rumors that if you take our $750 and don't pay it back, we're going to take your home. Absolutely false. The $750 gets you money to help with your medicine or the food you lost in your refrigerator. And then we're going to give additional money for the repairs to your homes and the items that were lost. We're going to help with any rental that they incur or any of the displacement costs if they went and stayed at a hotel. All of that reimbursed. But I can't give it to them if they don't apply. And if people are afraid to apply, then it is hurting them. I really appreciate that question. So we know people have immediate needs right after these storms. And so what we want to do is just push a little bit of money out into the community to help them, again, purchase their medicine. When I went into Walmart the other day and I saw people going in to buy supplies, that's what that money's for. So they can go replace the food, clothing that they lost, and they can just have those first few days of support. But we give additional assistance. We will be able to help them with any costs they incurred if they're renting a place, if they went to a hotel. We will also be able to give them funding and resources, financial resources for repairs to their home. And we will work with them for long-term support if they're going to be out of their home for a long period of time because the damages are so extensive. That's just that initial infusion, which really helps people in those first few days, so needed. And it's actually a new program that we've just started, and we didn't have this before. The rest of the funding will continue to come, but again, I need people to apply for that so we can get them the resources they need.
Yeah, so I have a question. Are people still unaccounted for at this point? And if so, how many and in what areas?
So that number is rapidly dwindling as federal and state officials are working to check on reports that have been given to a central place regarding people who may be missing or people they hadn't been able to get in contact with. We know a lot of reunifications have occurred that have not been reported back. We know that a lot of people have finally gotten cell phone service and talked to the people who made the report that hasn't gotten back to us. We should have a good number on that, maybe by the end of the day or tomorrow. The administrator and I were just talking about that, and we'll try to get that number out publicly because I know a lot of people are interested in it, and they should be, because we are checking on every report that we get. There are soldiers and National Guard and emergency management people going door to door, working to try to find people when there is a report that they have not gotten a communication. But that number has dwindled significantly, and we hope to give you that number very soon. I don't have specific information with me on that, and I don't think I have a transportation secretary with me. We will get you that information, Jordan, if you can make sure that we find that out. We've got a little over 500 roads that we are working to clear, and those kinds of roads are prioritized to make sure that we're getting utility crews in, repair crews in, making sure that we can get commodities to people who haven't been reached.
organization. The ADL, is somebody from the ADL here? That's okay, we can skip and go to the next one if there's no one from the ADL yet, and they may arrive. ADL folks, no. How about this? No, we'd rather not wait. We don't want to delay. In the interest of time, let's just go forward with American Friends of Magen David Adom, please. And then if ADL shows up, we will bring them on. Thank you.
Hi, you guys. I'm Liza Levine. I know many of you. I am the development executive for Magen David Adom here in Texas, and specifically here I live in Austin. And for those who don't know, Magen David Adom is Israel's national emergency medical response agency, serving as the official ambulance, blood services, and disaster relief organization for all of Israel's citizens. MADA is staffed by 35,000 paramedics, EMTs, and volunteers. MADA is staffed 24/7. We answer emergency calls every 4 seconds, and our responders act in a matter of minutes, whether it's a heart attack, birth of a baby, car accident, or unfortunately a terror attack like we saw last October 7th and every day since. MADA typically responds to over 1 million calls a year. Last year in 2023, 3.3 million calls were received. MADA is not just ambulances. We also are responsible for collecting, testing, processing, and distributing the nation's blood supply, as well as securing 100% of blood for all of the citizens and for the IDF on the battlefields. The October 7th tragedy shocked all of us as Jews around the world. Israel faced perpetrators of the most brutal attacks never seen before on its own soil. MADA lost 4 of its own on October 7th, and 35 more of our heroic men and women have perished in the days since. On October 7th, MADA was already on high alert just for Simchat Torah, and immediately mobilized every single employee and volunteer throughout the country. We activated our entire fleet of vehicles, medevac helicopters, and 23 armored ambulances. EMS stations in the Gaza envelope were reinforced and resources were deployed as tensions flared. Let me explain what this looked like in action on October 7th in the south of Israel. We always practice for worst case scenarios. Caravans had to be set up. Ambulances were being taken. They were being taken from Israel into Gaza. People were being kidnapped from those ambulances and killed. So caravans where armored ambulances could be safe would go near Gaza, including in Sderot. They treated patients, then drove to a meetup point to meet another ambulance to transport those who needed to get to hospitals to hospitals. These relays, and they were relays, went on for days. All the while, our teams were risking their lives running into the line of fire. 16 ambulances were destroyed by enemy fire, 1 even taken into Gaza, as I mentioned. The phones for dispatch didn't stop, and our dispatch teams kept hundreds of thousands of callers safe and secure and with another voice on the line as they faced the unimaginable. So on behalf of MADA, thank you. Thank you for all of you who are here and for all you do for Israel.
It's hard for me to say good morning, everyone, and excuse me because I've been crying like days now, so if I will need a little break, please understand. So my name is Dorit Heldenberg-Sherel. I'm here in Austin a little bit more than a year. I arrived with my family from Israel, my husband, my 3 kids, We live in Cedar Park. And as October 7th happened, then me and an amazing group from the Israeli community just started doing everything that I will tell you about here in Austin with all of the community here. And I'll tell you a little bit about our year. First, I would like to start by saying this morning, exactly 1 year after the horrible massacre that happened on October 7th, one of the families of the hostages received a message about the murder of their son, Idan Shtivi. Back on October 7th, when he was trying to escape from the murders while the Nova Party was happening, his body is being held captive. I'm standing in front of you today after a year that for every event that took place regarding October 7th, me and the team of the amazing women who work together with me here in Austin, there is not a single time that we do not hope that every event, every tribute that we are doing will be canceled at the last minute, and there will be no need for it because everyone will be back by then. I think that all of the organizations that are sitting here, I represent the only organization whose goal is to cease from existing, since that would mean that everyone has returned home, whether for a proper burial or a hug and recovery. Year, which started from like a pirate association and out of a desire to do something that we started hanging posters all over Austin. Even when our posters were taken down, we confronted, we came back, posted again and again and again. We didn't give up because that's who we are. We don't give up. It's in our blood. We continued with various tributes throughout the year at City Hall, in the river, marches, protests for the women being held in constant conditions of humiliation and rape, hosting a delegation of kidnapped families, and yesterday and today trying to reach everyone possible by wearing the yellow shirts. For me to see everyone here wearing a yellow shirt and out even online is an amazing. Attending ACL and the installations you probably saw out there was all our doing. For about a year now, every day, each of us individually and together, we feel the time passing, the risk of losing hope, but we are here to hold together the community of Austin, the voice of each of them and their families. Over time, beyond being the voice of the families of the hostages, we found ourselves also connecting with the families of the hostages who returned, a personal and unique relationship. It is clear to all of us, and also to the families' headquarters in Israel, that our escorting does not and only ends with their return. They wake up every morning to a reality where every little noise, a voice speaking Arabic, a slamming of a door immediately brings them back to the horrors they endured. I would like to take this opportunity and say a huge thank you to everyone who takes part in the way they can and see fit in the effort that is so important. Every effort leaves them in the awareness, in the public awareness, and the most important thing is to be their voice outside of our community. A big thank you to you, everyone who is sitting here and being our partner, every one of you, the organizations here. We will continue to be their voice until they're back. Thank you, everyone.
Good morning. My name is Julie Van Kier, president of the Austin chapter of Hadassah. We are probably most known for our hospitals, and stereotypically you might think we are elderly, blue-haired, mahjong-playing women with a mission to support healthcare in Israel. It's true. Your grandma was probably likely involved with Hadassah. Well, we are that and much more. Over the last several years, our demographic has broadened to interest young women, especially young professional women, and our men's division is strong. We do still raise money to fully support two major hospitals in Israel, two youth villages, Meir Shvea in the Carmel Mountains near Zikron Yaakov, and Hadassah Nurim near Netanya. We support groundbreaking medical research in medicine and patient care, women's health issues and research, and men's health care research. We have done extensive investment in advocacy and much, much more. Here in Austin, our board members are 25 to 75 years old. What makes Hadassah's October 7th response unique? Several large campaigns. I will mention a few, then I'll tell you more about the rehab center. The construction and opening of a massive rehab center that is still under construction, but opened a portion early due to needs created on October 7th and growing. Expansion of the number of residents in the youth villages, including taking in students who are displaced from their homes in the north and south, and children who lost their families. At War, Heal Israel Now is a series of campaigns like End the Silence on Sexual Violence and raising additional money to support wartime activities through our health initiatives. Let's take a brief step back in time. In 2019, Hadassah embarked on a multi-year journey of building a once-in-a-generation, state-of-the-art rehabilitation center adjacent to the Hadassah Hospital at Mount Scopus. Recognizing the shortage of adequate and modern rehab services in Jerusalem, the government of Israel partnered with Hadassah to help fund this project. Additionally, the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews participated. Despite the pandemic, construction forged ahead. With incredibly blessed timing, the Gendel family from Australia provided a substantial donation to accelerate construction in 2022. When Hamas terrorists launched their attack in 2023, Hadassah had the means to move swiftly to open a 120-bed emergency hospital in a designated area of the yet unopened rehab center within only 14 days. By January 2024, with hundreds of soldiers and civilians requiring specialized inpatient and outpatient rehab for severe physical injuries and mental health support, 3 floors of the hospital were opened: hydrotherapy, physical and occupational therapy, and orthopedics. I was there in April, and it's a sight to see. You get off the elevators, and you walk down the hall, and to the left, you see the rehab facilities, the physical rehab facilities, and to the right are mental health facilities. So basically, the whole floor, it's very holistic. The whole floor is dedicated to the specific injuries of specific, to the whole recovery of the person. Truly, the patients need both in parallel, and there it is on a dedicated floor. Construction is still in progress, and when complete, the 8-story rehab complex will be 323,000 square feet and offer comprehensive holistic care for a variety of injuries. The events on and since October 7th continue to take a heavy toll on the physical and emotional health of Israelis. HMO, Hadassah Medical Organization, has treated hundreds of severely wounded IDF soldiers and civilians. So far, and I think this is maybe 1 month old, 15,272 plus wounded Israelis have been treated there since October 7th, and of those 7,209 IDF soldiers, Israel police and other security forces that were wounded have been there. 20,000 people are expected to need rehab by the end of 2024. In January 2024, we started with 72 beds, and when we're completed with the entire facility, we'll be able to accommodate 140 inpatient beds, and our outpatient clinic will be able to serve 250 patients a day. Full capacity will be 400 patients a day. 70% of the patients will require neurological care for injuries to the brain, spinal cord, or nervous system. Every wounded person will require rehab, prolonged rehab for at least several weeks, if not months. So you might see on the slide that we have a beautiful hospital, a beautiful rehab center. We will be able to handle inpatients, 1,500 inpatients annually, and over 15,000 outpatients annually. We have 2 hydrotherapy pools, a technology incubator, and several other benefits. So they will employ 274 staff members, which include 32 doctors, 113 nurses, 38 psychotherapists, 15 speech therapists, 16 psychologists, 9 social workers, 5 dietitians, and 9 administrative staff. As I close, I would like to share with you how grateful our women are to have the infrastructure in place to help immediately when Israel really needs us. We are growing even stronger and attracting more members who are committed to doing the same. My Bring Them Home chain has arrested. Our losses as Jews are unimaginable. I'm honored to share our response to October 7th with such a distinguished representation of organizations all working toward the same important goal. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jordan Parker. I'm the Assistant Director at Texas Hillel Foundation, which is the Center for Jewish Life on campus at UT Austin. We serve about 3,500 Jewish undergraduate and graduate students, and our goal is to enrich their lives so that they can enrich the lives of the Jewish people and the world. This past year has been very challenging for us on campus and for our students, many of whom have had some rather unpleasant experiences. Since October 7th, we have really strived to provide them community and space to gather, to process, to be together, to have conversations that are difficult and challenging, and to find joy together, which is hard during this time. On October 8th, we had space for students to speak about what was going on. Unfortunately, we were graffitied on October 8th as well, and instead of letting that get us down, we gave students space to create a Let Your Love Grow graffiti wall in the style of Tel Aviv graffiti. I'm going to try to keep this short also because I know we want to be concise. We've had a lot of opportunities for students to hear from speakers about Israel, to learn, to bring that information to their peers on campus, to serve as beacons of hope, and to be a source of helpful information. In April, we hosted Israel Block Party, the 24th annual event. And we worked with Dorit and the Bring Them Home Now chapter to set up a memorial for the hostages on campus as part of that event so that students who were walking by could have a moment to interact and learn about each of the hostages. And it was really very impactful. We heard from a lot of students that they didn't know that there were hostages and that it was an opportunity for them to learn. So we're very grateful for the work with Bring Them Home Now. And we continue to bring students to Israel. We work with Maccabee Task Force to bring a group of 20 non-Jewish student leaders from campus to Israel each year to see what's happening on the ground. We were the first trip back in March, and our student leaders were able to hear from families of hostages, to visit Kfar Aza, the Nova site, and to hear from survivors about what it was like on October 7th, and to bring their experience back to campus to challenge their peers and to really bring nuance to a very challenging campus climate. And we're looking forward to bringing another group in December back to Israel. I just want to say thank you to everyone who has supported us, Shelly and Dorit and Michal. And we'll have a wonderful memorial this evening on campus, and looking forward to really sharing the memories of those that we have lost. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. It's indeed a very hard day for all of us. But somebody told me something this morning, so I wanted to share. Just think about all the light and love that we are all bringing here now as an organization, as people, and everything we do. And the light and the love will win in the end. So I want to start with that. So my name is Shelley Schwartz. I'm the Texas Regional Director of IAC, Israeli American Council. What we do, our goal is to connect the Israeli community to Israel, and to connect the Israeli and Jewish community together. And it's all about the unity. Everything we do it together with each of the organization here in town. As you can see, thank you. Right after October 7, we continue to do all of that. All the rallies, the demonstration, the walks that we did, we always did it with other organization, always in partnership with every one that is in town. It's very important for us that each one of us is here together with that. So it doesn't matter if you were born in Israel, it doesn't matter if you never visited Israel, it doesn't matter if you lived in Israel. Israel is our homeland. And after October 7, I think we all came together as a community and showed that important value. The things that we did after October 7 were a lot of shows of support in Israel, public awareness, all the demonstration and the rallies that we did, all the city hall meetings, all the fighting against anti-Semitism that was still going on. The other important thing that we do is support our students. And I'm talking about nationally. IAC is a national organization, and we support many of our Jewish and Israeli students all across the US. We give them place to go, we give them resource. We work together with Hillel and with other organizations to support our students. And also here in the community, we have a lot of events for teens, for families that had loved ones in Israel, had reserve, people from the families go to do reserve in Israel. And we continue doing that. And something very important I want to say, the fight against anti-Semitism that rose significantly after October 7 is still going on. And this week on Thursday, October 10, is another city council meeting. And we have to continue and go there and show that we are here and there is a Jewish community that suffers from a lot of anti-Semitism, and we need to counter it. So we will continue to do that. I want to finish just with one sentence. Our strength as a community lies in our unity. As we commemorate this somber anniversary, let us reaffirm our commitment to each other and the values that bind us. In the face of adversity, we must remain strong. In the face of hate, we must stand together. And in the face of despair, we must find hope in our collective strength. Toda.
Hello, y'all. For those I'm not acquainted with yet, my name is Shayla Furlong, and I am the Director for Central Texas for Jewish National Fund. And for those not acquainted with Jewish National Fund, our mission has and always will be to secure a strong and prosperous future for Israel. The vision for how we implement that mission has changed over time. Many of you might know us as the Blue Box organization, or as the Tree People, or the Water Charity. The truth is that we are all of those things and so much more than that. After building the modern-day state of Israel, starting with our founding in 1901, our work as the original caretakers of the land and people of Israel continues to this day. For the last several decades, our vision has been to strengthen Israel and her people by driving economic and population growth in the Negev and Galilee, the north and south of Israel. I do not have to tell you that these border communities are the ones that have been most impacted and who have suffered the most, both on October 7th and in the aftermath throughout the past year. 1 year and 1 day ago, we were already in lockstep with the kibbutzim, moshavim, and city communities throughout these regions as we supported their efforts to build strong communities and quality of life in the north and the south for a strong future for Israel, ensuring that all communities and all people had an amazing quality of life, whether they lived in the periphery or in the center. And 1 year ago exactly to this day, on October 7th, we said to our folks, to the people we already had been working with, what do you need? How can we help? I recently had the privilege of going on a mission with our CEO, Russell Robinson, in September. And when we stopped in the Arava, one of the community leaders from the Arava Regional Council, and they doubled their community size, hosting evacuees from all over Israel. She said to us, what happens here in the Arava, we are the essence of what JNF does for Israel. With our emergency response centers, our ability to take on evacuees, the pool that JNF built here, the ambulances, the fire trucks, et cetera. This is what building communities in the north and south looks like, and this is what JNF has done for Israel before and continues to do to this day after October 7th. So from October 7th until now, we have raised $200 million to support evacuees, to rebuild the South, and to fortify the North. This included $13.1 million to fund the daily needs of 30,000 residents evacuated from the Israel envelope, also known as the OTEF, along the border with Gaza. $7.35 million to provide civil defense equipment and services, including fire trucks, emergency response systems, and bomb shelters. We have spent $3 million supporting severely wounded soldiers and civilians, and now today we continue to support as 80,000 residents are displaced from their homes in the north. Of that $200 million, $80 million particularly has been set aside to rebuild communities after the attacks of 10/7, and we have begun that work cleaning up and revitalizing those communities by hosting close to 4,000 volunteer mission participants who have gone in and done the work and gotten their hands dirty to clean up all that was torn down on October 7th, with 12 of the OTEF kibbutzim and moshavim over the last 12 months. All of this impact was driven with the support of the Austin community, and I know that Austin will continue to be there, hand in hand with Jewish National Fund and with the land and people of Israel, as we work with these communities to address their every need, what they need today, what they need tomorrow, and what we need for a long-term, strong future for Israel. Thank you for all you do to all of the organizations and the individuals here who support Israel, and we look forward to continuing to do all we can for the land and people as we move forward. Thank you.
It's quite daunting to be after the JNF because the National Council of Jewish Women really centers more on women. So I'll just give you their mission. We believe in Israel as a Jewish and democratic state where women, children, and families of all identities and backgrounds can flourish. We've been working towards this vision for more than 75 years. I'll shorten it a little bit because of time. And they have a granting program for Israel, and this is the granting program emergency appeal after October 7. So they had a round one on November 2023 that was for $40,000. And this is focused on supporting women most impacted in a way that center women's need and women's voices. It's really the empowerment of women that this organization is all about, and made me very proud to be an Israeli in this organization. Round 2 in December 2023 was for $55,000, and it was focusing on fostering women's resilience, societal safety, and advocacy for justice. And just examples, the Eden Association, $15,000 for care for at-risk girls evacuated from the Gaza envelope. El Halev, $10,000 for endowment, self-defense, ESD workshops for women and girls who experienced the trauma of October 7. It's a lot of psychological help and the mental help that is necessary after this kind of trauma. There are more examples. If you want, I can share with you later. Round 3 was in February 2024 for $40,000, and it's focusing on working toward a future of resilience and influence for women. As there are not a lot of women in decision-making in Israel, and this is one of the things that NCJW is really working hard on. So advancing women's leadership at centers of decision-making and influence is $30,000, and supporting Israel youth in healing from the gender aspect of collective trauma. Thank you very much for including us.
Hello, everybody. My name is Yaron Kovac, and together with Dali Litinsky, we lead the Friends of Israel Scouts chapter, also known as Tzofim Shevet Keren, here in Austin. Actually, here we go. I'll also mention Yuval Kolodner that joined us this year, and so if you want to stand up and say hi. He actually manages everything on a day-to-day basis. The Tzofim is a youth movement for Israeli American Hebrew-speaking children. Sorry. The mission in America is to promote a strong Jewish identity, a connection and love for Israel, build leadership skills, and foster a sense of unity, collaboration, and engagement with the local community, as well as outdoor and adventure education. October 2023 marked the inaugural year for Shevet Keren. We were actually supposed to start our activity on October 8th. Thanks to, there was a lot of pressure from parents, what we're going to do, and thanks for the security teams here in Austin, in the JCC, we're able to open our year and kick it off safely. October 7th brought profound sorrow and an immensely strong sense of purpose, shlichut, as we say in Hebrew, to support the Israeli and Jewish community in dealing with the tragedy here in Austin. It symbolized a stark reminder of the ongoing threats to Israel and the Jewish people. It highlighted the persistent dangers faced by Israel and reinforced the need for unity within the Jewish community, as well as the importance of defending Jewish identity, values, and existence against those who seek to harm them. This was our mission, to strengthen our Scouts' Jewish identity so they can inspire others to stand against anti-Semitism, hatred, and prejudice, to raise young adults who can help educate their communities about the rich history and contributions of the Jewish people, fostering understanding and respect. We have adjusted our curriculum to include more discussions on Jewish and Israeli identity. We have organized activities about anti-Semitism, what it means, and how to deal with it in school. Thank you to all the community members and students from UT who came and shared their experience and offered guidance. Shevet Keren has grown to 180 scouts this year and is one of the fastest growing chapters in the US. These kids and young adults will play a crucial role in helping us build a stronger Jewish community here in Austin, and we need to continue to support them. Next one. So I'm immensely proud of them. We witnessed them embrace their Jewish and Israeli roots, attending pro-Israeli demonstrations and events in town. They're proudly wearing the Star of David and stood firm in face of opposing views. So you can even see on over there, a couple of students even painted our high school seniors painted their parking lots, you know, to symbolize their feelings, which is amazing. I'd like to thank Shalom Austin, the IAC, and all the other organizations who partner with us. We need to continue to support each other. Only our collective efforts will pave the way for a stronger, more united Jewish-Israeli community here in Austin, so that in face of adversity, we will continue to find our strength. In the face of darkness, we shall find the light. And in the face of division, we shall stand united. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jackie Nierenberg. I am the Regional Director for ADL, a 111-year-old organization whose mission it is to fight the defamation of the Jewish people, but also to ensure just treatment for all people. And because of that, we have been on the forefront of anti-bias education. You may know about our No Place for Hate program. We have the largest community of No Place for Hate schools here in the nation in Austin, so we're very proud of that. October 7th, of course, was a nightmare for all of us, but October 8th extended that nightmare to a level we did not expect. Because what happened after October 7th was a shocking surge in anti-Semitism here in this country. We, in the last year since we've been counting since 2024, have documented a 140% increase. But since October 7th of 2023, that increase has been 200%. We've documented 10,000 incidents of anti-Semitism in this country alone. And that doesn't even take into account how many have not been reported, and we know that there's so many that don't report incidents of anti-Semitism. So I'm here to ask of you to please, if you experience an incident of bias, hate, anti-Semitism, please report it to ADL. It's very, very easy to do on our website at adl.org. We also saw a 63% increase in anti-Semitic crime, a 400% increase of anti-Semitic incidents on our college campuses. What we saw unleashed on college campuses and later in our own city halls across the country was more than just a demonstration for the safety and well-being of Palestinian civilians. What we saw was an anti-Semitic rage, thinly veiled anti-Semitism. ADL is now the victim of a smear campaign in this town, and you may have heard about it. Stop the ADL. We're being vilified as a racist organization. We're being vilified as a hate-mongering organization. And if you know anything about ADL and our history, that is anathema to what we are. That is the exact opposite of what our organization is about. So these have been very difficult times, not only for our community, but for ADL as an organization. But I'm here to say that we are still here. Hineni, right? Hineni, hine anachnu, we are all still here. And that's what this is about today, is that we are here to tell our story. It's so important that we do, and it's up to all of us. The way we've met the moment during this time is we've increased our presence on college campuses. We've partnered with Hillel and other organizations to make sure that Jewish students are feeling safe and seen. And I am here to tell you that the University of Texas has been exemplary in this. We are so lucky to have President Jay Hartzell at the helm of the university. He has made it his priority to make sure Jewish students are feeling safe and that they feel belonging as well. We've also launched a program called the CALL program, which is our legal helpline for people who are experiencing anti-Semitic incidents or harassment on campuses. We now provide legal representation for those students. We have regular check-ins with the AISD superintendent now because we had walkouts in our high school campuses in Austin over the past year. And I want to thank my Jewish communal partners, Shalom Austin, IAC, and others, NCJW, so many others. We have banded together to represent ourselves as a community with people like the superintendent at AISD or the university or our elected public officials. We've also had advocacy at the federal level and at the local level and at the state level and are pushing for better laws to protect Jewish people across the country. But I wanted to finish with reasons for hope because it has been a very rough year for all of us, right? And it's going to be a rough year ahead too. But there are reasons to be hopeful. You know, the folks that are the loudest anti-Semitic voices tend to get noticed more. But the truth is that most people in this country, and this is ADL Resources, our reporting, really believe that anti-Semitism is a problem and is something that needs to be dealt with. We also know that 58% think Jews face more threats of violence than other minorities. So they are aware that this is an issue. 68% of college students surveyed think their campuses should be doing more to protect Jewish students. Very uplifting to know. And then finally, regardless of whether people agree or disagree with how events have unfolded in terms of the war against Hamas, 92% of people in this country feel that Israel has a right to exist. So I'm telling you all this because we need to move forward with hope, right? Hinei anachnu, we're here. So it's up to us to tell our story, to tell our friends, our colleagues and neighbors about our Jewish lived experience because not enough people really understand it. And so I call you all to action to do that today. And let's hope for a better year ahead. Hinei anachnu. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much to all the representatives. We are told that we have a few extra minutes, so two things. One is we will open the floor to questions, and we ask that everyone remains seated wherever they are. And people are coming in, that's perfect. There's a lot of seats in the front, also right here on the right-hand side. Please sit down, but we will open it up to questions. And what I would ask is that all the representatives who spoke come up here for both a picture and also to answer questions. So, dear audience, this is your time to ask questions of our fabulous partners. All right, so we are taking questions. If it's for a specific organization, let us know who you're asking the question of. If it's a general question of the Austin community, please, we're here to answer. Comments, questions, anything you have for us. No questions? Yes, all the way in the back. Hi. You can come closer. Yes. Yes.
First of all, thank you. That is a great question because there's a little bit of confusion sometimes as to where the threshold is for a crime versus an incident. It doesn't matter. My request for you all is to report it even if you're not sure, because we can figure that out for you. Somebody will respond, we'll talk through the incident, and then determine whether it needs to rise to that level. If it is a crime and you know it, please report it to the police. That's number one, okay? Please report to us, because one of the nice things about ADL is that we have really strong relationships with law enforcement. And so sometimes if you're not getting response, if we get involved, sometimes we can precipitate more of a response. So thanks. Appreciate it.
Somebody else has a question? Yes, please, Rob.
I'm interested in your opinion about the lack of response from the women of the UN and the Me Too movement, and how you all, the person that's involved with the women, the traumatized women, have reacted to that. Have you all reached out to them? Is there anything that's going on about that, their lack of empathy and response? I've been diligent writing letters to the UN and to the women of the UN and their cowardice, especially when they said, oh, we don't have enough evidence. And that was mind-blowing to me. So my question to you is, what do you think about that? And is there anything to do with these organizations to fight back this blatant anti-Semitism?
Did everyone hear the question? Who was that? You did. Good. Okay, go ahead.
Do you want to repeat the question?
I'll repeat the question. Am I? Yeah.
On the status of women. Why is it that the world is so silent when it comes to Jewish women? A very valid question.
But also
The UN.
lack of response from the women of the UN. They waited so long to write a constipated response. And I'm sorry to use that word, but that's how I feel. And also the Me Too movement that we thought that was so pro-women. And here these horrendous attacks on young women.
Okay, can I answer you? Okay. This is an excellent question. We are a section of NCJW in Austin. We are doing actually a lot about Israel. On the January 9, we are going to have a special program that I'm organizing. This is outstanding question. We'll try to answer it from the national point of view. I'm sure the national part of the organization are going to actually answer it, because I'm going to ask this question big time.
Okay. Do we have one more question in the back? Yes.
Hi, I have a loud voice, but not my name. This is for the ADL, and I believe that I understood that you're working with AISC, and I think a lot of rhetoric with anti-Semitism is in our schools. What can we do to gather leadership in all of AISC, principals, and anyone in leadership positions to come together and hear the truth about what's happening and understanding about this conflict? Because I don't think that them as a whole would truly understand. So what?
That's a really good question. And I'm not sure that the understanding of the conflict is as important as the understanding of the Jewish lived experience and who we are, what our connection to Israel is, why we have been experiencing such a horrible time since October 7th. We have some new resources at ADL on how to advocate in your schools with your teachers, how to talk about the conflict, how kids can talk about the conflict with one another in a respectful and measured way. And so I encourage you all to take a look. We've got all of this information on our website. But feel free to reach out to our local office at ADL. We're happy to provide those resources for you. We also have some new resources on anti-Semitism education. One in particular is a mini lesson for educators, administrators, anybody who wants to educate themselves. It's online, asynchronous, super easy to do. You can share them with your friends and colleagues as well. So we have a lot of resources available to better advocate for ourselves, and I think it's a matter of just knowing what it is we need to advocate for and how to do it. And we're happy to walk you through that process. Beautiful. Thank you, Lisa, for summing it up so beautifully. And this day is all about unity. And we say thank you to all of you for taking a day off to come and stand with this community. So thank you, everyone. We can take, I think, one more question, maybe even two more. And I know, yes, at the front, please, please, yes. Great question.
I think it's very personal because each and every one of us can contribute in a different way, whether it's online, offline, doing something like the installation that we did out there, speaking to people outside our community. I think the most important thing is that each and every one of us will know even one or two or three stories of those who are still there and just tell the truth, okay? Be their voice until the last of them is back. So it can be in any other option that you can find. We are here, so you can reach out to us. I'm sending it to every one of you. Hope it answered your question. Okay.
Okay, I think we are ready to begin, so please take your seats. The people in the back as well, please sit down. Rabbis, your session is next after the governor's visit, so all the rabbis in the room, please come to the front. They're reserved seats. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, and we are waiting for Rabbi Septimus.
Thank you to everyone who's here today with us. I know Many of you are going to be here throughout the day, and your attendance here is really appreciated, I know, by the community. We have people here from different backgrounds and faiths, and we want to thank you for being here as well. It means a lot to our community, and especially means a lot to have the governor here with us. At a time when our community has felt very isolated, Governor Abbott has been here for our community. And I want to welcome Governor Abbott now to come forward and share a few remarks with all of us.
Well, thank you all, and a very big thank you to Rabbi Septimus, who we've worked with very closely and very beneficially to not just the Jewish community, but also the entire state of Texas and to everything that we're working on collectively. The goal is multifold. The goal is in part to be here today, and I'm going to be elsewhere in the state of Texas today, as we remember the horrors of what happened exactly 1 year ago, as we remember the victims who were either harmed or killed 1 year ago or in the days following October the 7th. There's something else that we want to emphasize today, and that is to ensure that our fellow Americans know that there are American hostages who remain held by Hamas. And one way to do that is I have called for everyone across the state, especially the media, to either read the names at noon or to show others reading the names at noon. We, all of us, whether we be Jewish, non-Jewish, Americans must remember Americans are being held by Hamas. And we must show solidarity with the families of these people being held by Hamas. So let me begin briefly, and then at right about noon, I'll be reading the names. Today we remember those who were taken from us 1 year ago in the deadliest attack against the Jewish people since the Holocaust. Those who were killed and those taken hostage by Hamas must never be forgotten. 1 year later, Israel is still defending itself against Hamas and now Hezbollah, and also defending against attacks by Iran itself. 1 year later, the Jewish people prove just how resilient they truly are. Three things can be true at the very same time. Israel must be allowed to eliminate Hamas and Hezbollah. The United States must do everything possible to support Israel in that cause. And the third is that all hostages must be returned. Remember the phrase, leave no one behind. It's more than a military maxim or a battle cry, and both the United States and Israel is part of the ethos of who we are as Americans and Israelis. All hostages must be returned. Leave no one behind. Among the hostages still held by Hamas are 7 Americans. Idan Alexander, Ita Hen, Sagi Dekel Hen, Omer Nutra, Keith Siegel, Gadi Haggai, Judy Weinstein Haggai. They and their families deserve reunification. In this war, Texas stands with Israel. And we stand with the Americans whose lives have been harmed by the war started by Hamas. May God bless all who have been affected by this war. And may God forever bless Israel and the United States of America.
Thank you, Governor Abbott, and it's my honor to introduce you to a special human being here, to Dorit and to Michal, to offer you a very special thank you on behalf of the Jewish institutions in our community.
Sorry for being a bit emotional. Dear Governor Abbott, only this morning we learned about another name that was allowed to be published for among the hostages who were murdered while trying to escape from the hideous and monstrous murders at the Nova Party. I've been here for a little over a year with my family, and I must deeply thank you for your endless support. Somewhere during Hanukkah, I gave you the hostages' dog tag. I have another one here with me for you. When we wanted to believe that we would have a Hanukkah miracle back then. And here we are, a year later. After our meeting, I bought your book. I read it eagerly. Unfortunately, I couldn't help but think about the similarities between the resilience, faith, and hope that you emerge from your personal story and from the book to those strength that our hostages have been holding for 365 days. May you know that many families in Israel of our murdered and survivors received your moving statement in preparation for October 7th in Texas and were moved from the depths of their souls. You are a true friend of Israel, and in particular for us, we are grateful from the bottom of our hearts for all your support. Thank you so much. The letter the governor is holding it from all the community here in Austin, saying thank you for all of your support and solidarity from us.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you want to say anything else? Say again. Do you want to say anything else? I want to invite the clergy to come forward now, to come and take a picture with the governor. And Shelley, you want to join us up here? Michal, I don't know where Michal. There's Michal. We have clergy representing the breadth of Jewish life here. Honored that you're here with us. Just one last thank you for Governor Abbott before he departs. He'll be heading to Dallas. There we are. Governor Abbott's going to be heading to be with the Dallas Jewish community this evening, and we thank you again. Please send our warm regards to our community members there. Those of you who will be on the rabbinical panel, which will start in about 10 minutes, we'll get some chairs up there so you have some time to maybe take a short break, and we'll come back in here about 12:15 to get our panel started. Thank you.
Jeremiah 31:15 and 16 says, "Thus saith the Lord, a voice was heard in Ramah, lamentation and bitter weeping. Rachel weeping for her children and refusing to be comforted because they are no more. But thus saith the Lord God, refrain thy voice from weeping and thy eyes from tears, for thy work shall be rewarded, saith the Lord, and they shall come home again from the land of the enemy." Do you believe that? I'm Penny Nance. I'm the CEO and president of Concerned Women for America. We have 500,000 members around this country, 300 young Women for America collegiate chapters and leaders, and we support Israel. We are Christian women, and we come together today to mourn the atrocities that took place exactly 1 year ago. we stand here to reaffirm that American Christians have not forgotten our Jewish friends and our neighbors. I'm reminded of my first trip to Israel in 2013, where I visited Yad Vashem, the Holocaust Museum in Jerusalem. But even more stunning and heartbreaking was the building next to it, the Children's Memorial, which mourns the 1.5 million children who died in the Holocaust. Leaving the memorial that day, I saw a small, simple sign that said, "The road to Auschwitz was paved with apathy." I grappled with those words. I still grapple with those words. What would I have done if I had lived in the 30s and 40s? That was the question. And a Jewish woman on my trip challenged me, and she said, "You're asking yourself the wrong question. The question is, what are you going to do now? What are you going to do today?" Over the last year, that is the question we at Concerned Women for America have attempted to answer. We refused to turn a blind eye to 7 Americans and 100 Israelis currently be held hostage underground. We refuse to ignore the tacit rise of anti-Semitism permeating our most elite institutions. We refuse to look away from the footage proving irrefutably that Israeli women and girls were raped and murdered. We refuse to ignore that on October 7th, parents were murdered in front of their children, children were murdered in front of their parents, and babies were burned alive. We refuse. We refuse the false narrative that's suggesting a moral equivalence between Hamas and peaceful commune dwellers. It's malicious. No, instead, we immediately after October 7th reached out a hand of friendship to our Jewish sisters, bringing them to Congress and to the stage of the Republican National Convention. Instead, we comforted and wept with hostage families and wept and prayed for innocent Gazan children who also are victims of Hamas. Instead, our Young Women for America collegiate leaders stood up to campus bullies by linking arms to their Jewish classmates and holding prayer vigils all over this country for Israel. Instead, we stepped into the pulpits of mega churches and called Christians to action like never before on behalf of Jewish Americans and the Jewish state. Instead, we used our voices like Queen Esther of old to speak for the voiceless. Instead, we loudly and proudly hung Israeli flags in front of our homes and in our churches. Instead, we challenge Christians around the world to unite for Israel. As CWA, we will never give up. We will never back down. We will not stop speaking until every hostage is home and Israel is safe again. Thank you, and God bless you.
Coming up next to the stage, we have the former governor of Wisconsin, Scott Walker. Let's give it up for Scott, guys.
Today, we remember the 1,200 lives, innocent lives, that were taken from us on October 7th, 2023. May their memory always be a blessing. At Young America's Foundation, where I'm honored to be the president right now, we're honored to be one of the sponsors of today's memorial, but even more so, we're honored that students who are part of our YF chapters are putting up flags, 1,200 flags on college and university campuses all across the country. In fact, there's some just up on the north end of the U.S. Capitol up here as well, doing as we've done for more than 2 decades on 9/11. Amazingly, some of the college administrators and not surprisingly, some of the college student government officials have objected to these memorials. But let me be clear. We will not back down. We will persevere not only with these memorials, but continuing to stress the truth about the evil and the hatred of Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran, and any other opponent of Israel and the Jewish people anywhere in the world. It is our honor to be here today, and we at Young America's Foundation stand with Israel, and here in America and across the world, we stand with our Jewish brothers and sisters. May God continue to bless Israel, and God bless the United States of America.
Coming back up to the stage, we have Luke Moon.
Thank you once again. I hope you have enjoyed yourself so far. It is my honor and privilege to introduce the senator from the great state of Ohio and the vice presidential nominee, and I would say, personally, my hopeful Vice President of the United States of America, Mr. J.D. Vance.
Well, thank you all. Thank you so much. Thank you to Luke Moon and the Phyllis Project for having me today. Thank you to all the groups that organized this incredibly important event. And I know that in this crowd, some of us are Christians, some of us are Jews, some of us are people even of no faith, but we are united in the basic common sense principle that we want the good guys to win and we want the bad guys to lose. And what happened on October the 7th was disgraceful, and we have to fight to make sure it never happens again. Today, of course, we mark one of the one-year anniversary of one of the worst terrorist attacks in the last 30 years, and I think certainly the worst terrorist attack since 9/11, affecting, of course, different nations, different peoples, but united by a common thread. And we unite to say that this incredible and terrible assault on the Jewish people must never, ever happen again. Not since the Holocaust, almost 70 years ago, almost 80 years ago, have we had such a terrible attack on innocent Jewish life. Sadly, many Americans do not know the full truth of the Holocaust, and many Americans do not know the full truth of what really happened on October the 7th. Many don't know that more than 1,000 people, including 32 innocent American citizens, were killed. Many do not know that 252 people, including 12 Americans, were taken hostage by Hamas, and that Hamas has held American citizens hostage this entire time. I know, of course, it was Israel and it was Jewish people who were most affected by what happened on October the 7th. But we can't ever let the American media, we can't ever let our fellow citizens forget that October the 7th was not just an attack on Israel, and it was not just an attack on Jews, it was an attack on Americans, and every single American of common sense and principle must reject it. And I know that there are many, many people who want the war to end. I am certainly one of those who wants the war to end and wants peace to return to Israel and to the territories that are currently completely destroyed by war. But the truth is that the best way to end the war, and I believe the only way to end the war, is if Hamas would let the hostages go. And I wear this dog tag with, I think, a simple principle. Whatever your faith, whatever your political beliefs, I think that all of us can unite to say, bring them home. Bring the hostages home. This is disgraceful what's been happening, and we've got to bring them home. In fact, just before I came out here, I spoke to some of the families of the hostages. I spoke to the family of Omer, who is now about to celebrate his 23rd birthday, and he celebrated his 22nd birthday under Hamas captivity. Imagine what it would be like to be a 22 or 23-year-old man kept for a year by these brutal murderers. Think about what his life has been like. Think about what the last year of his life has been like. And I think it's impossible for any person with an ounce of moral courage or an ounce of conscience to not have their heart broken by what's happened to these terrible, this terrible thing that's happened to these hostages. It is disgraceful. And I hate to I'm going to get a little political here. It is disgraceful that we have an American president and vice president who haven't done a thing. Vice President Harris, our message is bring them home. Use your authority to help bring them home. We can do it. We just need real leadership. Now, today especially, which is extremely disgraceful if you think about what we're remembering here, a year later, over 1,000 Israelis, many Americans, innocents who lost their lives, who were brutally murdered by Hamas. Today, in the United States, there are literal pro-Hamas protesters around the country calling for a ceasefire. And what they're really calling for is for a unilateral surrender. I have a different message. The only way this war is going to end is when Hamas gives up its arms and stops the fighting and lets the hostages come home. That is the way to end this conflict. Now, my friends, you know this. This is not just a dispute about territory or borders. This is a war between a peaceful nation and terrorists who want to exterminate the Jewish people and eradicate the state of Israel forever. I know there are a lot of Americans who will go to protests and chant this slogan, from the river to the sea, without knowing what it actually means. And so I'd ask my Americans who chant that terrible thing, ask yourself, what river and what sea? When you say from the river to the sea, what you are fundamentally promoting and fundamentally celebrating is the end of a Jewish state altogether. Educate yourselves about what you're actually saying. It's a disgraceful slogan that is going to lead to the genocide of millions of people, and no person, no American of good conscience stands for it. Americans believe that Israel, we believe that the Jewish state has a right to exist, and Donald Trump and I will fight for that every single day when we're in the White House. This past year, we have seen students in our own country sometimes supporting Islamist radicals, destroying property, and threatening Jewish students and professors. We've seen university leaders defending the destructive protests and struggling to condemn blatant acts of anti-Semitism. Of course, you have the right to protest, even if we disagree with your message. You do not have the right to harass your fellow students simply for being Jewish. We have journalists who refuse to cover the well-documented brutality and sexual violence perpetrated by Hamas. And at the same time, many short-sighted people in Washington, D.C. have tried to cozy up to Iran with billions of dollars in sanctions relief, allowing the regime to expand its terrorist brigade and fund Hamas. That is disgraceful. Why don't we cut off the money to Iran instead of making them as rich as they've ever been? What Hamas started on October the 7th now threatens to erupt into a widespread war. And I speak for Donald Trump, and I think I speak for all Americans in saying that we want peace. We want the real peace that can only exist in the region when Hamas is defeated. But let's recount the ways in which we don't have peace in the Middle East. There have been almost 200 attacks on U.S. troops, many from Iranian proxies, since October the 7th. That's just in the last year. We know that at least 4 American service members have died as a result of these attacks, including 3 on January the 28th at Tower 22 in Jordan. And we have a person, by the way, running for Vice President of the United States who says there are no American troops in harm's way. There are American troops in harm's way, and Iran is the one putting them in harm's way. Let's have some moral courage to at least admit that basic fact. Now we have Iran-backed Hezbollah attacking Israel, and Iran itself launching hundreds of rockets at our allies and sometimes even our own troops. America and the world are at risk of being dragged into a massive and bloody regional conflict, and none of us want that. So to achieve peace, we have to remember the very old and simple wisdom: peace comes through strength and not weakness. Peace comes from Peace comes from confronting our enemies and not hiding from them, and peace comes from simple moral courage. And so let me offer some. We stand with Israel today, and we unequivocally condemn anti-Semitism, whether it's in Israel, the Middle East, or in our own country. And because we want peace more than anything else, and because we'd like to prevent this from becoming a broader regional conflict, we support Israel's right to exist. We support Israel's right to defend itself and to do what it takes to end the war. Bring real peace by ending the war the right way. Now, I speak for Donald Trump in saying that when he is president, America will protect our American Jewish brothers and sisters. We will stop funding anti-American and anti-Jewish radicals. And we are going to bring home American hostages wherever they're held and whoever is holding them. We want to give Israel the right and the ability to finish what Hamas started. Israel didn't start this, Hamas did, but Israel's going to finish it. And we're going to say, if you're an elite university, if you're using federal money to harass Jewish students, we're going to resolutely stand against anti-Jewish hate, and we're going to go after the accreditation and the federal support of colleges that won't look up for their own students. My friends, I know I speak for all of us in saying we will never forget October the 7th. We're going to reject anti-Semitism in our schools, reject it in our foreign policy, and if we do this the right way, we're going to reject it in the ballot box on November the 5th, 2024. So let me just say, as a note of goodbye, I'm so grateful for all of you standing here. I know it takes courage to do it. I'm grateful for you all lending your voice that we're going to eradicate anti-Semitism in the United States of America. But most of all, I want us all to get back to a common sense set of policies where innocent Jews are not attacked, where our allies are not attacked, where innocent hostages are not taken for a year now and counting. We've got to just get back to common sense. And I promise you that when Donald Trump is the president of the United States, we are going to get back to common sense. We're going to fight for it, and we're going to fight for it every single day. God bless you so much. Thank you for having me. Let's go get this done, and let's remember the innocent people who lost their lives. God bless you all. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Senator Vance. Appreciate you coming. And next up, we have an amazing speaker. I wanted to introduce her personally. She is an Egyptian who spoke up against Hamas and for Israel on 10/7 and was forced to leave her home. Please give it up for Dalia.
Thank you so much. Actually, it's a great honor and pleasure to be with you here today. And for a change, you're having someone who's not Israeli or American or Jewish, but an Egyptian Muslim who who came here to confirm and assure you that there are people in my region, in my community, who believe that we all belong to the same human family. And there is no reason to hate each other and fight against each other under the flag of jihad or under the flag of fighting in the name of religion. I am Egyptian and I support Israel in its war against Hamas, Hezbollah, and the state sponsors of terrorism known as the Axis of Evil, whose ultimate goal is to dominate the Middle East and destroy the West. Yes, I'm coming here from the Middle East to tell you that this is a war on the West. It's not only a war in the Middle East. As we remember the horrors of October 7 massacre, let me be the one highlighting the silver lining of the October 7 tragedy. As horrific as it was, October 7, 2023 will be remembered as the day that it changed the Middle East forever, perhaps for the good. It was meant to be the end of Israel, just like the Holocaust was meant to be the end of the Jewish people in Europe. Yet, thanks to the mighty Israeli army, this day will be written in history as the beginning of the end of Hamas, Hezbollah, and other Iran-sponsored terrorist organizations. Well, history may also remember this day as the beginning of the end of the Islamic regime in Iran. Israel's astonishing progress on the battlefield so far makes us fairly hopeful that this could really happen. It's a war on the West. What's happening now in the Middle East and its loud echoes in American and European societies and universities in particular is part of the greater plan of Iran's war on the West, the Islamic regime in Iran's war on the United States. And Israel has been working hard to block the ambitions of the Axis of Evil and protect not only itself, but also the United States, Arab countries, and even the people in Gaza. Hamas terrorists had not only attacked Israelis, but they also tortured and humiliated the people of Gaza for almost 2 decades, and then used them as human shields in a war that they did not choose or want. A war that even Israel did not choose or want. A war that only Hamas, Iran, and radical Islamists wanted to happen, so they could deceitfully legitimize and fuel their war on the West in general and the United States in particular. Hamas threatens the security of Arab countries, including my own home country, Egypt. And if it were not for the cooperation and help of Israel in 2013 and 2015, we wouldn't have been able to get rid of the terrorists that Hamas implanted in Sinai in the aftermath of the Arab Spring. That's why I am here today, for this particular reason, to pay back the favor to Israel and to the Israeli people and say we also support you in your fight against Hamas. One last word. So don't forget that it is a war on the West, but keep hope that a new terrorist-free Middle East will be born out of this tragedy. And we all belong to the same human family, and we will win this war together. Thank you.
Joining us next, we have Jonathan Alexandra from the Liberty Counsel.
Well, good afternoon. As stated, I'm Jonathan Alexander. I serve as Vice President of Governmental Affairs for Liberty Counsel, and I am here, and we are all here to proclaim with the utmost fervency and profound truth that Israel lives. Israel lives. You know, it is, of course, with deep reverence that we mourn with the Jewish state of Israel as we reflect that it was only 365 days ago where our lives were forever changed by the horror that we witnessed and that far too many of us, even here today, had experienced. 365 days ago on October 7th, an infamous day burned and wounded and caused scars onto our souls. And it's an aching as we remember those days. But as even the deepest wounds can do, even the deepest wounds can mend and heal. And when they mend and heal, they produce a scar tissue that is stronger now than when it was before. And so our faith is stronger now than it was before. Our courage and our boldness to stand with the Jewish state of Israel is stronger now than it ever was before. For just in these past 365 days, we've seen a Jewish state of Israel that has been protected and sustained by the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Regardless of what Israel's enemies have tried to do to it, God has stood by Israel, and we stand with them. And so for the next 365 days, in this next year forward, as Israel continues to live, God will be faithful. As Israel walks the bustling streets of Tel Aviv and the quiet streets of Jerusalem, Israel lives and God will be faithful. As Israel goes to work and goes to school, Israel lives and God will be faithful. As Israel families gather together around breakfast and share their dinners with love, Israel lives and God will be faithful. As Israel lights the candles for Shabbat and they teach their children Torah, Israel lives and God will be faithful. As Israel engages in trade and they use their business and technology to push the boundaries of innovation all across the world, Israel will live and God will be faithful. From sun up to sundown for the next 365 days, Israel will live and God will be faithful. As Israel continues to rejoice at all of the life's new births in this next year and all the new marriages and all the milestones, as they rejoice with singing and dancing, Israel will live and God will be faithful. As the IDF continues to protect its land, standing in strong defense of their home, Israel will live and God will be faithful. The God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob will neither slumber nor will he sleep. Each and every day and each and every moment, from dawn until dusk and all through the night, God is watching over his people Israel. And so, Israel, we stand with you. Remember that we will fight for you as long as there is a sun in the sky and there is a God up above. Israel will stand. Israel will fight. Israel will rejoice. Israel will celebrate. Israel will walk. Israel will dance. Israel will live. The Jewish state of Israel will forever live and be sheltered and protected under the sovereign hand of God that created it. Israel lives, and God will be faithful. Thank you.
Coming up next, we have Leora Rez from Stop Anti-Semitism.
We're at a turning point. It's not a secret. Anti-Semitism is no longer lurking in the shadows. It's bold, it's loud, and it's dangerous. The rise in hateful acts and rhetoric targeting Jewish communities isn't just an unfortunate trend that's going to go away. It's a direct threat to everything we stand for as a society. And let me be clear, the only way to fight this evil is through consequences. Real, tangible, undeniable consequences. Hatred doesn't go away on its own. It festers, it grows, it multiplies like a cancer. Anti-Semitism is a cancer. When anti-Semites are allowed to spew their venom without repercussions, they feel emboldened. They see silence as validation and inaction as a green light. We say no. If you spread hate, there's a price to pay. And that's where Stop Anti-Semitism comes in. We hold Jew haters accountable. In just 1 year, Stop Anti-Semitism has ensured approximately 200 anti-Semites face these consequences that include arrests, job firings, school expulsions, school suspensions, and governmental censures. I'm an immigrant from the former Soviet Union. My family escaped when I was 5 years old. The rampant anti-Semitism and its evil sister socialism to come to America. Sadly, the same bigotry that they escaped is following us here 40 years later. Let's not wait for the next attack, the next act of violence, the next Jewish community to live in fear. We say enough. Let's make sure that those who spread hate know one thing for certain. There will be a reckoning. We want to hear from you. You see something, you say something. Contact stopantisemitism.org. We're here for the community. Thank you.
Coming up next to the stage, we have Jonathan Deckel. Deckel Chen.
Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for being here. My name is Jonathan Deckel Chen. I'm a member of Kibbutz Nir Oz in the western Negev in Israel. I'm a professor of history at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. But I'm here with you today because Hamas took my son hostage on October 7th from our kibbutz. We are all gathered here today, united by grief over murdered innocent men, women, and children in Israel. They are Muslims, Jews, Christians, Hindus, and Buddhists. Together, we long for the return of 101 Israeli hostages still being held in Hamas hellholes. On October 7th, 1 year ago, hundreds of Hamas terrorists, together with many hundreds more civilian looters from Gaza, from old to young, assaulted and destroyed my kibbutz home. I lived on Kibbutz Nir Oz most of my adult life, raised my 4 children there, and until October 7th, many grandchildren. It was a magical place of pride and ingathering for the family that I built since moving from Connecticut to Israel in 1981. What David Ben-Gurion spoke of, making the desert bloom, that was my home. 1 year ago, our beautiful, unique way of life was taken from us by Hamas terrorists. We are now refugees in our own country. Between 6:30 a.m. and 1:30 p.m. that day, Hamas terrorists and the looters from Gaza murdered 51 people of my community that numbered a little over 400 altogether, and kidnapped 79 others, including my 36-year-old son, Sagi. We know from the testimony of hostages released in a first negotiated agreement last November that Sagi was alive but wounded at that time. 26 people from Nir Oz are still hostages in Gaza amongst the 101. At least 9 of the 29 from my kibbutz are known to have already been murdered by Hamas, either murdered on October 7th and their bodies taken as bargaining chips by the terrorists, or they've died since in Hamas captivity. Some perhaps as a result of friendly incoming fire from the Israeli military. Every additional hour in Hamas captivity puts all the hostages in even greater peril. For those of you familiar with what a kibbutz is, you know that all of these men, women, and children are part of my extended family. Nir Oz, like all of the Gaza envelope kibbutzim, have shouldered Hamas's savagery since it took over Gaza in 2007. That included indiscriminate launching of rockets, mortar shells, sniper fire, anti-tank weapons, incendiary balloons, explosive kites, and of course, attack tunnels dug towards our homes. Hamas and the civilian looters from Gaza reduced us in one day from a hyper-productive, proud farming community to a smoldering shell by the afternoon of October 7th. So, more than any other Israelis, we in the border kibbutzim have known for nearly 2 decades exactly what Hamas is and the importance of eradicating it as a governing and military body. Given what happened to us on October 7th and before, It might be natural to slide into blind hatred for the Palestinians, but that kind of hatred is what brought us to this point. We must find another path for the future of our children and grandchildren. Ever since he was taken, I asked myself, what does Sagi know? Does he know that his wife and 2 young daughters or anyone from Nir Oz survived the massacre? Does he know that his youngest daughter, Shachar, which means dawn in Hebrew, was born in mid-December? I wonder if Sagi and the other hostages who are still alive know that their families have traveled to the ends of the earth to mobilize support. Do they know that millions of Israelis have rallied in the streets since October 7th to fight for their release and hold our own Israeli government accountable to its commitment to return them all home? Do the hostages know how we've kept this fight non-political, joining hands with conservatives, moderates, and progressives in this campaign? Politics shouldn't matter. The only thing that matters is getting Sagi and all of the hostages home and to stop the suffering of millions of Gazans trapped by Hamas's barbaric attempt to ignite a regional holy war against Israel. The waiting is almost unbearable. How long must we wait for the necessary steps to be taken by the intermediaries, the U.S., Qatar, Egypt, perhaps Turkey, and the Israeli government to rescue the hostages from the clutches of evil? For the past year, the Biden administration has taken extraordinary measures to free the hostages, but still more must be done. The Biden administration would say the same. Hamas should have freed the hostages immediately and thereby saved the people of Gaza from immense suffering, and they still should release them. Tragically for civilians in Gaza and in Israel, Hamas will never do this. No less ominous, the recovery in recent weeks by the IDF, the Israeli army, of the bodies of 12 murdered hostages, 4 of them my friends from the kibbutz. All of the 12 were alive in the months after October 7th. That has proven that military action alone cannot free our loved ones. Every additional hour without an agreement is an hour stolen from the lives of the hostages and from their loving families. Recent weeks have reminded the world about the determination and brilliance of Israel in defense of our country, no matter how far away the threat is. These heroic efforts, however, must not obscure the vital national mission to redeem our captives. Israel is especially strong when we work in harmony and in common interest with the United States in times of peace and in moments of conflict. The rest of the world must reckon with a simple fact, horrifically demonstrated 1 year ago today. Anyone connected to Hamas is a monster and bears responsibility for the catastrophe that has befallen the people of Gaza. And yet, these are the terrorists with whom an agreement must be made. And as difficult as it might be, good people must meet the Bible's sacred command to redeem captives. Therefore, a deal must be made with Satan, repulsive as that knowledge is, I'm sure, to all of us gathered here. Sagi and all the hostages deserve their lives back. In Israel, as many of you may be aware, this most basic of moral imperatives, the redemption of hostages, has become politicized in our volatile governing system. We all must not allow this to happen here in the United States, no matter how polarized U.S. politics have become. As Christians and Jews, and Muslims as well, we must stay true to the prioritization of human life, bringing fathers back to their children, children back to their parents, and families back together while we still can. I pray that Sagi and all the hostages know that we have not abandoned them. I cannot bear thinking that they might believe that they've been forgotten by Israel and its friends. The hostage families will never stop demanding that the world community, including the Israeli and U.S. governments, get them home now. But we need help. We need those with influence, those who care, like the people gathered here today, to step forward and work with us. The urgency of the moment cannot be overstated or answered solely with prayer. The hostages are dying. The murdered hostages in shallow graves in Gaza may be lost forever. We cannot allow another day of torture, rape, starvation, sickness, and the threat of death hovering over the hostages. To everyone who's supported us so far, thank you. Thank you in the name of all the families. Your solidarity, compassion, and prayers have helped us through truly dark times. But I must humbly ask for more, for you to dig deeper, fight harder for the hostages and for the future of Israel. I do not seek revenge. I seek justice. Justice for the hostages, for their families, for the simple right to be free and to live in a Jewish state that protects its citizens, even when it requires political courage from our leaders in Israel. And justice for those brave men and women who are protecting the people of Israel night and day. Fight with us. Push for an agreement that brings our loved ones home and saves the very soul of Israel. An Israel that we all love and want to be proud of. Bless you all, and thank you.
Coming up next, we have Susan Michael of the... Sorry, correction. Coming up next, we have Elizabeth Doros from the October 7 Coalition.
Hi, everyone. My name is Elizabeth. I am the co-founder of O7C, along with actress Patricia Heaton, who is standing boldly now, and you may have seen her online. She can't be here today, but thank you so much for being here. It's an honor to introduce our next musician. Omer Netzer is an Israeli sensation turned Nashville music artist. Having been a hit on Israel's version of The Voice, he won the title of Israel's Artist and Song of the Year. Prior to October 7th, Omer was living in Nashville playing with such names as Bon Jovi and Riley Walker. And after building a successful music career with his wife Oshera, the massacre of October 7th prompted Omer, a former soldier, to re-enlist and defend his country, leaving behind his family for the duty of sacrifice. For 4 harrowing months, Omer fought on the front lines in Gaza, experiencing the unimaginable. Omer's mom is currently only 2 miles from the northern border. She's been under shelling for months. And as Omer now makes Nashville in the United States his home, his heart is still with Israel. This next song he's going to be singing carried him through some very dark days. Please welcome, singing God Works in Mysterious Ways, our friend, singer, and musician, Omer Netzer.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you, O7C. My name is Omer Netzer. And a year ago, I was holding my gun, and now I'm holding my guitar. Building a bridge of unity. God works in mysterious ways. I walk through fire, been through hell, loved and I've lost, I've been down on myself. The day that I met you, everything changed. God works in mysterious ways. Instead of holding a bottle, holding your hand, I'm reading the Bible to be a better man. 'Cause when you walk through the shadow, it's how you learn how to pray. And God works in mysterious ways. Everything 'cause I'm here to say God works mysterious ways. And God works in mysterious ways. Thank you so much.
All right, guys, let's keep the energy going and do not leave. After this, there will be a march to the White House for unity. Next, I want to introduce somebody who is amazing, Susan Michaels, who is with the American Christian Leaders for Israel. That alliance is important and never-ending. Thank you so much.
Well, hey, I am the U.S. Director of the International Christian Embassy, Jerusalem. We are the largest Christian Zionist organization in the world. We reach into over 170 countries with a presence and representation in over 90 nations. Over the last 24 hours, we have been a part of gatherings like this all around the world, from London to Helsinki and on and on and on. And we are here to say that Christians stand with Israel. Now, here in the United States, I've had the privilege of leading a network of Christian leaders of all kinds of organizations called the American Christian Leaders for Israel. A few of our 3,000 leaders are here with me on stage today. There is one of our key leaders I want to introduce to you. That is Troy Miller, President of the National Religious Broadcasters. Troy.
Thank you, Susan. And on behalf of our members who reach 141 million households, right after October 7th, it was Christian communicators and Christian broadcasters who were dispatching news crews to Israel and getting the stories out. Our members have produced thousands of stories, dozens of documentaries, and I'm here to tell you that the mainstream media may have abandoned you as Jewish people, but Christian media is there to tell your stories, and we will be with you and support you always. God bless Israel. Thank you.
I want to say it's been our privilege to get behind Luke Moon and the Philos Project. They have done an amazing job. We supported them as we could, but our hat is off to Luke Moon. Thank you for your leadership.
All right, I'm up again. So we have one of our sponsors was Angel Studios. They're the people behind. They helped get the show The Chosen off the ground. They've been a part. They did the man. I can't remember all the films. They're Sound of Freedom. Yes, I heard that. Yes, Sound of Freedom. Okay, so they have a new film coming up. And that film is Bonhoeffer. Yeah, and we have some people holding up signs in the back that are, remember that silence in the face of evil is itself evil. And it's important that we recognize that Bonhoeffer he understood the sign of the times in which he lived. And he stood against evil in the same way that we as Christians and Jews and Muslims and people of goodwill are standing against the evil of Hamas and Hezbollah and all that seek to destroy Israel and the Jewish people. So please enjoy the trailer, and thank you, Angel Studios, for your support.
Something's coming.
Coming up next to the stage, we have Israeli Olympian from the bobsledding team, AJ
Edelman.
How much
light do you see?
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again, because the visions of every day left its seeds when I was sleeping.
Hate comes in every color.
And the vision that was planted in me still remains.
have devised a plot to assassinate the Führer.
You will go to England as our spy.
Churchill sees Germany as a whole. He's afraid that a bomb traced to England would mean invasion or worse.
Invasion. Invasion. My country was invaded from within.
And the people bowed in parade to the neon god they made. Inside flashed out a big warning, and the words on it was forming. In the sign said the words on the prophets are written on the subway walls and tenement halls, and whispered in the sun.
I'm ready to meet my destiny.
Of silence.
Coming up next to the stage, we have A.J. Edelman, Israeli Olympian from the bobsledding team.
Brothers and sisters, each and every one of you standing here today is an embodiment of Am Yisrael Chai, the people of Israel live. A few days after October 7th, I headed out to Washington Square Park at New York University with 2 folding chairs and a table upon which I affixed a poster that read in bold, Hamas is an evil terrorist organization that butchers civilians, while Israel is a force for good. Change my mind. And a great many tried. Over the next 7 hours, I debated hundreds of folks. It was a truly inspiring, educational, and at times physically dangerous experience. And over the past year, as my bobsled team has crisscrossed North America, from New York to Vancouver, and at many disgraced universities in between, I continued to hold many of these public debates. Because the response to those who seek to bully, to intimidate, and to indoctrinate is to stand your ground and to fight.
Definitely, I'm loud, and her voice needs to be definitely higher than mine.
This year, we have come together to fight for Israel because we know that Israel fights for us. I remember the immigrant from the former Soviet Union that we met in Seattle. She handed me a letter to give to my teammates who were serving in the IDF, and it read in part, I am not Jewish, but you are a part of my family. Thank you for fighting for me, for my children, and for my grandchildren. I will do my best to fight for you. All of us who support Israel are part of a very special family, and I'm proud to call myself a Zionist and to fight for Israel right alongside you. And in case you were wondering how the team did, it did about as well as you can expect Israel to do in a winter sport. We captured Israel's first ever bobsled podium, added 5 international medals en route to a historic 3rd place overall finish on the entire North American circuit. And standing on that podium was one of our ethnically Arab Druze teammates, who just a couple weeks prior had traded his IDF combat boots for winter boots. I can't think of anything truly quite so Israeli. It is one small example of how together we will, as we always have, win. Am Yisrael Chai.
Coming up next to the stage, we have Yuval David, an Israeli-American actor, filmmaker, and activist.
Why am I behind bulletproof glass? Why am I worried about safety? my own safety, your safety, the safety of our people. I've been a proud American Jew since I was born. I was raised to understand what it means to have national pride, not just because of my peoplehood, but because of my values as an American, because of my values as a Jew, because of my values as a true liberal progressive, not the faux-gressive, regressive people who use the names of my movements and do things that are against our values. I've learned to be proud of my intersectional identity, to be all of me all the time. Nobody can tell me that I cannot be all of me in every space. I should be able to be all of me as I see all of you and welcome all of you in our shared space. So as I stand here behind this glass, I actually feel safer because I stand here with all of you who are bold enough to stand up for what is right, to stand up against what is wrong, against the people who are even out there, against us being here. We must rise up. And I mourn the victims, I mourn the people I know who were slaughtered a year ago. The soldiers who fell in battle in this last year, defending not just Israel, but the Jewish people. And not just the Jewish people, but all of us. We are at war. Every single one of us is a soldier. We do not have the opportunity to sit down. We do not have the opportunity to be quiet. We must not. And we need to extend our hands of bravery to those who are too frightened to speak up, to those who are part of the silent majority, who are far too complacent when we know that we cannot be complacent in this war. And we see our Iranian and our Persian and our Hindu and our Muslim and our Christian and our Jewish and our Druze and our Baha'i friends who stand up. Today I received another call from the FBI warning me that I was listed in a list by Queers for Palestine. How this organization even exists makes no sense, but I raised the red flag about them in 2016 and was largely ignored. I said they are a cancer. They are embedding themselves within social justice, civil rights, human rights movements, equating false misinformation and disinformation campaigns and practicing mind twisting. We are the mind twisters. We need to untwist those minds to wake up to the truth, to wake up to the reality. We are at war. The Jewish people are facing an existential threat. Israel is facing a war on 7 fronts. The Jewish people are facing a war with people marching and demonstrating and condemning us outside of our Jewish synagogues, Jewish schools, Jewish businesses, Jewish homes. And we're facing here in America a civilizational threat. We are going to see worse times ahead. We're going to see what's happening across Europe. It's going to happen here unless more of us stand up. Wake up. Take action. Do not leave us alone in action. Stand up. Pull out your phones. Film on social media, where social media and media are the same thing. We're battling the misinformation and the disinformation campaigns. I was taught to be a proud Zionist. I come from a strong Jewish mother who's right here. And even she, applause to my Jewish mom. And many times she'd say to me, are you not afraid to walk around with the Magen David? Are you not afraid to be so bold and to speak up? I said, yes. Yes, I am afraid. And that is why I speak up. Yes, I am afraid, and that is why I wear Magen David. Yes, I am afraid, and that's why I reach out my hands to empower all of you. I am a descendant of determined, resilient survivors. I'm a descendant of people who stood up, who marched, who took up arms, who raised their fists, who flexed their muscles and used their words, who chanted Am Israel Chai as our battle cry, chanting Am Israel Chai as our wake-up call, like the blast of the shofar that we hear on Rosh Hashanah. That is what our voices are. So join me in the fight. And when you feel sad and weak, call me. You actually have my number and you can call me. Some of you don't. You can reach out to me on social media, reach out to me that way. And when I feel sad and depressed and anxious, I know that I can call on you. And when I feel sad and depressed and anxious and I might feel buried, I say to myself, just as I say to all of you, when you feel that negativity, you are not buried in the darkness. You are planted. You are planted and you will push through that darkness and you will reach up to the skies, reach out into the light. You will grow like the tree of life and inspire others and pollinate others with your bravery, saying we recognize the negativity, the storm of hatred around us. And it is because of that that we grow and spread with love and hope as true Zionists, as true Americans, as true liberal people creating a space for all. Am Israel Chai.
All right, next we have the leader of the American Muslim and Multi-Faith Women's Empowerment Council. Let's give it up for Anila Ali.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful. Salam, shalom, hello everyone. Hello, especially to my Abrahamic brothers and sisters. I stood in front of you last year, almost a year, and today I have to stand behind a bulletproof screen. But Hamas continues its war, its unholy war, and continues to hold hostages. As a Muslim, I believe that the land of Israel was given to the children of Israel by Allah. In the Holy Quran, Allah says to Muslims, thereafter we said to the children of Israel, settle down in the land when the promise of the hereafter comes to be fulfilled. We shall assemble you all together. Chapter 17, verse 104. Allah again says to Muslims in the Quran, and we gave the children of Israel a goodly reward, a land, and a prosperous life. There are many more verses in the Quran where God discusses the experiences of the Israelites, their struggles and immense blessings and responsibilities bestowed upon them as the chosen people of God. But today, I'm also concerned about this land that I love so much, America. I watch with horror how some of our young people blindly support a terror organization that's desecrated humanity by butchering innocent people, gang raping women, girls, and even dead bodies in the name of my religion, Islam. Hamas has won the war on our children. We know that Hamas teaches innocent Palestinian children that life is not sacred, that by building mega military structures underground, we can use other people as human shields and weapons. Hamas is no resistance movement. It is pure evil. There can be no negotiation with evil. Those who use their own people and weaponize women and babies are not worth negotiating with. But here in America, at some elite campuses, instead of teaching our children and creating an environment where discourse can happen, conversations can take place, we entertain a future We can't entertain a future for Israelis and Palestinians because they are supporting Hamas. We are teaching our children that life is a zero-sum game. For Palestinians to have a state of their own, they must recognize that every Israeli has a right to exist just like they do. You remember Hamas lamented when enough Palestinian children did not die in the war. Yes, I understand how grieved the Palestinian mothers are and how they must secretly yearn for their children not to be used as weapons by Hamas. But I also understand that to give these children a state, Hamas, Hezbollah, and the radical Islamist regime of Iran must go. The evil of terrorism and Hamas must be dismantled for Palestinian and Israeli mothers to stop crying. I ask you all to think of the two deaths we are seeing. One is death from terrorism, one is death from war. And Hamas has always had a choice. They could have released the hostages on October 8th and stopped all of these people from dying, but they didn't. Neither did they come for the IDF soldiers. They came for innocent people. If only they cherished the words of God, they would have understood that Allah wants you to save humanity. If you save one life, you've saved humanity. Hamas has gone against Islam, and I stand with the people of Israel, the people who have a moral compass around the world, and the hostages. Thank you for being here.
All right, guys, coming up, what happens when a rabbi and a pastor walk onto stage? We'll see. But no, we have an amazing duo who's about to lead us through a prayer. Let's give it up for Pastor Carlos Duan of the National Hispanic Pastors Organization, as well as Rabbi Stuart Weitzman from the Zionist Rabbinic Coalition.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Pastor Carlos Duran, President of the National Hispanic Pastors Alliance. And as we gather here together, we pause to remember October 7th. My wife and I, we were in Israel on October 7th, and we saw how a day that was supposed to be a day of celebration, a day of thanksgiving, became a day of terror, fear, and tears. In Psalms 126-22, it asks us to pray for the peace of Jerusalem. But we believe that this prayer is not just a suggestion, it is directed for those who believe. We have mobilized the Hispanic community across the United States with the support of our partners and Philos Project. We are committed to take 620 pastors to Israel over the next 2 years. And the Hispanic community stands firm in support of Israel, the right to exist as a nation and the right to defend themselves against enemies that seek their destructions. With the Hispanic community in the United States, we are people rooted in faith. And we don't do this just as an obedience to God, but because we share the same Judeo-Christian values. Those values, they are the foundations of our Christian faith, our laws, our democracy, our society in the Americas. I encourage you all to pray for Jerusalem and for the peace of Jerusalem, and let those prayers turn into action. Let's bow our heads and pray. Dear Father, we come before your presence today, and we exalt your name. Lord, what an honor to be able to lead in time of crisis, to be able to be present in moments where you called us to action, Father God. Father, you call us for the kingdom for such a time as this. Give us wisdom to do what we're supposed to do, and help us to gain the courage and the valor to do it, Lord. Make us the Esthers, the Daniels, the Elijahs, the Moses of our generation, people anointed by God that can bring the presence of heaven into this earth and transform the situations around us, Father God. Lord, we pray for the United States. We pray, Lord, that you will give wisdom to the White House across the street, Lord. That you will touch the Congress down the street, Lord. That they will support Israel without even asking questions. That there will be a blessing to the nation of Israel, and at the same time bless the United States of America. We pray for the government of Israel and for every soldier, that you will protect them, that you will send your angels to cover them with your grace, your mercy, and that you will give them a strength, Lord, to go through these hard times. So, Lord, we ask you all of this, Lord, and we pray, Lord, that you just show your glory and your name will be glorified. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. Friends, as terrible as October 7th was, equally disturbing is that there are those who cheered and who celebrated the massacre, as well as the anti-Semitism raging across the globe. But fortunately, there are good people who know the difference between right and wrong, between perpetrator and victim, between compassion and cruelty. In other words, those of you who are here today, those who stand with Israel and the victims of Hamas atrocities. So we gather today to recall the innocent victims taken hostage against their will, to recall over 1,200 people brutally murdered, to honor the heroes who bravely fought back, some with little more than a pistol, against sophisticated armed terrorists, high on drugs who had spent months and years planning their atrocities, who were received and with a hero's welcome when they came back to Gaza. Well, we are currently in the period on the Jewish calendar known as Aseret Yemei Teshuvah, the 10 days of repentance, the days between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, a time when we are judged as individuals, a time when the world itself is judged, which is why we call this also the days of all. The prayers recited just the other day on Rosh Hashanah by Jews around the world, or on behalf of all of mankind, took on new meaning. When we read the Akedat Yitzchak, the story of the binding of Isaac, a story of faith in God, and reminding us that God does not want us to sacrifice our children, and if only the Palestinian mothers in Gaza and the West Bank who celebrate the martyrdom of their children knew and understood this message. Written in the Middle Ages, at a time of unimaginable torture and persecution of Jews, central prayer of the season, Una Talatoketh, proclaims that on this day it will be determined who will live and who shall die, who by fire and who by strangling, who by starvation and who will be molested. Horrible, unimaginable details and deaths, which we thought were a thing of the past, but which reads like Hamas's playbook of atrocities. How can any decent, intelligent person, anyone who claims to be a progressive, anyone who claims to care about human rights, the value of human life, support Hamas? And so as Israel conducts its campaign to remove the threat of Hamas from ever threatening to launch another October 7th attack, as it fights to weaken Hezbollah and eliminate its ability to carry out another October 7th attack, as it takes on the Houthis in Yemen, who are over 800 miles from Israel, who hurl missiles at Israel. This fraternity of terror must be stopped. From their plan to eliminate Israel, to destroy the West and the United States, and to impose their way of life. And so in closing, we say one word, and that one word is thanks. Thank you for Israel deserves our thanks, for standing up to its proxies, Iran's proxies. In French, the word is merci. In Spanish-speaking countries, it is gracias. And even in Arabic, they should be saying shukran. When we go to Yad Vashem, we know that there are those who are the righteous Gentiles of the world who are remembered and who are honored. And so, to our Christian and Muslim friends who are here today, standing with us, we say, merci, gracias, shukran, thank you, toda rabah. And so I close with words of prayer on behalf of the brave men and women who serve in the IDF and on behalf of the hostages. Misha Beraka Avotenu, may the one who blessed our ancestors bless the brave members of Israel's defense forces and its security services who stand guard over our land and the cities of God, from the Lebanese border to the Egyptian desert, from the Mediterranean Sea to the Arava, wherever they are, on land, in air, in sea, and when they are in tunnels. May the Lord make the enemies who rise against us be struck down. May the Holy One protect and deliver them from all trouble and distress, affliction and illness, and send blessing and success to their work. And for those who are being held captive, we pray, dear God, may you have compassion upon them. Bring them from darkness and the shadow of death, so that the bonds which hold them may be broken, and they may soon be brought swiftly back to the warm embrace of their families that await them. Let us say, Amen.
coming up to the stage, we have our final performance. We have Chief Joseph and Laren Riverwind of the leaders of the First Tribe and drums and 2 cordless microphones. We have an amazing group coming up, and they are going to do a dance in honor of We Will Dance Again.
Taigwe daka kasike naboria mahura daka tais boriken mabrika. Good day. My name is Chief Joseph Riverwind of the Arawak Taino people of Puerto Rico, and I say welcome.
Hello, my name is Dr. Larlyn Riverwind. I'm the ambassador of the Georgia Tribe of Eastern Cherokee. I extend my peace to you, I welcome you, and I say, I love you, Israel.
Woo! November 1493, as indigenous people, the Native American Holocaust began with my tribe. On those ships that came to my island were also Benaya Nusim fleeing the Spanish Inquisition. And they were the first to fight with us against colonialism. And what we want to do now, if you have one of these placards, I am honored and blessed as an Army veteran of this country to sing an honor song for the fallen IDF warriors and those who have fallen to defend their indigenous homeland of Judea. So if you have one of these placards, I want to ask you to please stand up and hold one of these up as we sing a song to honor their memories. Yah-ho, yah-ho, Yahweh, yah-ho, yah-ho, Yahweh, 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 hey,
In 2018, when we were in the Holy Land, Creator told us, my people are not ready for what's coming. Prepare my people for hard times. And so we did. We shifted what we were doing, and our nonprofit organization, Firekeepers International, began telling people, prepare for something that's coming. Now we teach resilience. And for the past year, October 7th changed our lives also. We've gone and we've comforted the Jewish people, and we've told them, you are not alone. There are those that stand with you.
So in the same manner of everybody saying, we will dance again, our people dance our prayers. As warriors, we dance. And we're going to just call everybody up who wants to just be released in this dance of healing to one of our traditional songs.
The hostage situation strikes very close to my heart because my family has gone through something similar. I have survived 2 kidnapping attempts. I've survived 2 different attacks from men who tried to kill me. One had killed 12 women before me. And my parents and my niece had been kidnapped and held for ransom. So when October 7th happened, I knew a little bit, just a touch of what that feels like. So I want to tell you that there is hope after trauma, that there is healing after trauma, and that you will dance again. Now, after here, it's been a year of mourning. There's still problems going on, but the best revenge that you can get is to still live and to still be full of joy and to still say, Am Israel Chai, Be'ezrat Hashem, all of you will be blessed in the...
So as we lift up this song, may it go to the four directions and healing come from the four winds. We bless you, Israel, and the indigenous people of Israel. We bless you. We bless you. Bomatum.
Now we're going to be walking to the White House, and we invite you to join us, not just to stand with Israel, but to walk in solidarity and love for the Jewish people.
All right, guys, we got our final speech coming up from Luke Moon. I have to go catch a train to New York City. This has been an amazing event, and I hope it genuinely gives you a taste of what the future can look like. Different people across different backgrounds, from different religions, different political ideologies, coming together in support of peace and love and freedom. Thank you all so much. Let's give it up for Luke Moon.
I am not Luke Moon. My name is Allison Griffin, and I'm actually I'm an event coordinator with the American Christian Leaders for Israel, and I get the pleasure of actually talking about Luke. I've known Luke for a few years, but it's actually this last month that I really got to see the courage that Luke has. It takes a lot of guts to say, no, I'm going to grab the permit first before the other side does, because I want my Jewish brothers and sisters to see the support they have. And this has just been such an amazing thing. And what we thought was going to happen was like last year, where we thought there was going to be a huge gathering. And I think a lot of smaller communities wanted to be closer together. And Luke said, no, we have to be together. No matter how many people show up, we have to stand together. And with that, that just takes so much courage, so much grit. And with that, I am asking, if you feel led to give to this event, we need about 200,000. And so we're grateful for Secret Service. We're grateful for the security. We're grateful for every single partner that joined on. And so please, if you could pray about giving, thank you so much for coming.
All right, she did ask if she could do that, and we do need $200,000. But listen, I have faith. At the end of the day, it's all I got. So here's we're going to close out almost. There's two parts of this event. One was this, bringing people together, speeches and performances, etc. But the other part is, I think it's important that we march, because there's something when you walk together, to me it's incredibly powerful. There's so many passages in the Hebrew Bible where the people of Israel walked, they marched, they moved, they took ground. And as we go out from here, we're going to go along Constitutional Avenue, up 17th Street, turn on H Street, and we are going to carry photographs of all the victims of October 7th. We have them behind you if you turn around, okay? We need you to join us. Don't go. March with us. Walk with us. It'll be an incredible, powerful picture. Back there, there's a banner being held up. I'm Israel High, and we need you to walk behind that banner. So Rabbi here is going to blow the shofar to conclude this portion, but please join us as we walk and take the land. Thank you all very much.
וואלה כלי, וואלה כלי, תגיד לי מי יכול עליך, חיים שלי. וואלה כלי, וואלה כלי, תגיד לי מי יכול עליך, חיים שלי, חיים שלי. אל תברח, זה ישיר סימן, דברים טובים אפשר לראות מכאן, ואל תפחד להיות בסדר בעולם דפוק. אין יום שלא נגמר, אתה יודע לפעמים שגם אני נשבר. כולנו תלמידים של החיים שמחפשים חיזוק. אל תסתכל למטה, הבנת, תגיד שכבר נפלת, שיקרת, כל מה שלא עברת, לא סיפרת לי תביא חיבוק. תפסיק להתנצל גם, כי אין סתם, תגיד לי מה חסר כאן, שאין שם, תגיד לי רק שיש טעם, שהלב שלך עומד עצוק. וואלה כמי, וואלה כמי, תגיד לי מי יכול עליך, חיים שלי. וואלה כמי, וואלה כמי, תגיד לי מי יכול עליך, חיים שלי. מי יכול עליך, חיים שלי. וואלה כמי, וואלה כמי, תגיד לי מי יכול עליך, חיים שלי. וואלה כמי, וואלה כמי, תגיד לי מי יכול עליך, חיים שלי.
יש לי ארץ, החלב נוגע בדבש, והישן נושן, עטוף ובחדש, והיא יפה קדושה, רבים הרוצים בה, ומי ידע דרכה, מנהיגים רבים לה, בית ועוד בית.
asking me the question is misinformation. There is money that we are allocating to the impacted areas, and there's money there to help people who truly need it. There are survivors who need the funding, and it's there.
That you don't like misinformation.
I said that, I actually said we have the money available to help survivors of Hurricane Helene and also Hurricane Milton. Now there's going to be a shortfall, right? Because we don't know how bad Hurricane Milton is going to be. And so we're going to need additional funding. We're going to need additional funding.
That's exactly what I just asked about. And you said it was
No.
misinformation. Yes.
What you're asking me is why Congress needs to come back and do their job. That's what you're asking me. Congress needs to come back and do their job and provide extra assistance, extra funding to disaster relief fund. That's what Congress needs to do, and we're going to continue to urge that. You may not want that, but that's okay. That's what this president wants, and that's what the vice president wants. Thanks, everybody.
The president and vice president, as well as senior leaders from the administration, have toured areas impacted by the storm, met with residents, small business owners, and thanked volunteers and first responders for all of their efforts. The president approved the federal government covering costs associated with the response and recovery efforts and has ensured that this is a whole of government response. There are over a dozen interagency partners to ensure that we're successful in providing relief and support to individuals across impacted areas. In total, more than 5,300 federal personnel are on the ground supporting the ongoing response, and they'll continue to work to ensure that people have the support that they need. You'll hear today about how we're working with governors, mayors, and local officials to respond to the storm, and from FEMA about their continued efforts. Before I hand the program to our first speaker, I know that we have a number of small business owners on the call. So I want to particularly mention that the Small Business Administration is providing financial relief to small business owners, homeowners, and renters in impacted areas. This includes long-term, low-interest loans to repair and replace physical property, as well as financing to help overcome temporary revenue losses. We encourage you to reach out and work with your regional SBA office on ways to support your business. Finally, we know that despite all of these efforts, there's more to be done. That's why the president wrote to congressional leaders requesting additional resources for critical relief programs, including SBA's disaster loan program. We call on Congress to act immediately to restore this funding because we can't wait for them to return to reinstate this support. With that, I will turn the program over to Tom Perez, Senior Advisor to the President and Director of the Office of Intergovernmental Affairs. Tom.
Thanks, Jenny, and good afternoon, everybody. My name is Tom Perez, as Jenny said, and I have the privilege of working as a Senior Advisor to the President and with governors, mayors, county officials, and so many others in local government. And we have spent the last 10 days on the phone with county, city, state leaders who've been impacted by Hurricane Helene. And as both the President and Vice President have stated, we are going to be with you. As Jenny just said, we're going to have your back, not just today and yesterday, but tomorrow, next year, for however long it takes for us to get everything done. As you know, the President approved major disaster declarations within hours of his receipt of those requests. This whole of government approach that Jenny has outlined has many, many dimensions to it. And the president has directed every team to make sure that every available resource can be provided as fast as possible to communities so that they can rescue, they can recover, and they can rebuild. And we obviously continue to prioritize life-saving and life-sustaining response efforts in impacted communities. And I'll give you one very concrete example. There are 1,500 active duty military deployed in and around the western counties of North Carolina, assisting in rescue, recovery, and rebuilding efforts. The challenges everywhere were very, very unspeakable, but in particular in many corners of western North Carolina, we had to deploy active duty military to get to that last mile so we can find every person in every home. That's what we're doing. We've deployed helicopters. We have over 60 Starlink satellites because so many people have lost the ability to communicate. And these Starlink satellites are enabling us to get back in communication with folks. Over 4.5 million people in all the affected states lost power because we were pre-positioning assets before the storm. We were able to react very quickly with teams of line people from, frankly, across the country who came forward to help in that process. And as a result, we've been able to restore electricity to over 75% of those who have lost it. We still have more work to do, but we are continuing those efforts. Thousands of personnel from across the federal workforce, again, were deployed, and we worked day in and day out with our state-led response teams from across the region. Administrator Criswell has been down in the affected regions throughout, leading efforts, working together with our state and local partners. And as Jenny alluded, we are now preparing for Hurricane Milton, which, as you know, is currently a Category 5 storm. As President Biden noted, he approved 100% federal cost share for emergency response activities in Florida, Georgia, Tennessee, and North Carolina. In plain English, what this means is the federal government will cover 100% of the cost associated with response and recovery. That's really, really important. Things like debris removal, first responders, search and rescue, shelters, mass feeding. And speaking of mass feeding, FEMA has shipped over 15.6 million meals, more than 13.9 million liters of water, 157 generators, and more than 500,000 tarps to the region. To date, more than $20 million in individual assistance has been provided to thousands of survivors who've been affected by Hurricane Helene across the region, including over 6 million in North Carolina and over 7 million in Florida to survivors. And this is helping people pay for essential items like food, water, diapers, baby formula, and other emergency supplies. We have been putting people up in shelters because so many people are without a place to sleep. And this is just a small example of, again, the whole government enterprise that is taking place. And we are going to continue to be there day in and day out. Jenny mentioned the impact on small business, and our SBA has been there from day one, and they're going to continue to be there to help business owners get back on your feet. And we know you will. Moments like this, as unspeakably tragic as they are, we also see the best of America. So many people have stepped up and volunteered in their communities. So many people have contributed money to help in the rescue efforts. So many acts of heroism in communities across the affected regions. And we will continue to see those efforts, and we will continue to see the federal efforts moving forward. And that is why we are going to get through this. I am confident that we can. I know there's more to do, and we're going to continue to surge resources, including food, water, communications, and equipment that will help save lives. Our nation has your back. The Biden-Harris administration has your back. We are working with governors of all parties. This is not a moment for talking about politics. This is a moment to save people and bring communities together. And we appreciate the work we've done with the governors of Georgia and South Carolina, North Carolina, Tennessee, all across the region, continuing to work in partnership. And that is what we will do for as long as it takes to get this done. So thank you again to everyone on this call. Thank you to the local elected officials, many of whom, as I look at the list, either myself or people on our teams here at the White House have spoken to. You have our number. We're available 24/7. And to our business leaders on this call, same thing. Never hesitate to call. If you are able to access a phone and you want to talk to FEMA, we're going to turn to FEMA here in a moment. Their helpline is 800-621-3362, or you can visit also disasterassistance.gov. That is disasterassistance.gov. So again, our condolences to everyone. The work continues, and the work will continue for as long as it takes. Thank you so much. And I will turn it back over to Jenny, I believe.
Thank you, Tom. And we do want to spend the majority of the time taking some of the questions that you all submitted. But first, I'd like to turn it over to my colleague at the Federal Emergency Management Agency, Justin Knighton, who serves as the Associate Administrator. Justin?
Thank you very much. First, a huge thanks to you, Mr. Perez and Ms. Kaplan, for hosting today's call and creating space to have this very urgent conversation. And thank you to the White House and all of our federal agencies who've been leaning all the way forward in this time. Good afternoon. My name is Justin Angel Knighton, the Associate Administrator of FEMA's Office of External Affairs. I want to first start off by saying that it's with our deepest condolences with all the families who have lost loved ones in the aftermath of Hurricane Helene, who are struggling with the reality of the impacts of their homes, their businesses, communities, and seeing so much destruction. What's also true about FEMA is that we are here. We're going to stay here. We're going to be with you. We're going to keep this work going, and we're going to be embedded in communities, all the communities that have been impacted. And what keeps us motivated are the people in communities who need our help. Many of us are disaster survivors ourselves, having been and experienced other events over the years, which is why we're here doing this work. So we know what it's like. We are here with you, and we're going to keep doing everything possible and not stop until you're getting what you need to jumpstart your recovery. What's also true is that we've been working, as Mr. Perez mentioned, across the entire federal family on this response. We've been working to make sure that every federal agency is leaning forward. As mentioned, we are working in direct partnership with the Department of Defense, with personnel on the ground. We're working with agencies who are working across lifelines to make sure that we are actively working quickly to get you what you need to get back onto your journey of recovery. As part of that, and what I'm sure many of you have seen in the press, the reality of rumors and misinformation that have been out there are very challenging. And more than that, they are actually having a direct negative impact on people. It's causing confusion, it's causing chaos, and people aren't able to get the help that they need because they're seeing so much information that is not true. We need your help to make sure that people have access to the accurate information, because we are working in direct shoulder-to-shoulder in-line relationship with our governors, local elected officials, members of Congress, full federal family, non-governmental partners, private sector, with one priority in mind: people on the ground who need our help. And I need your help to help us make sure that that messaging is clear, accurate, and timely. And we have a website that we set up on FEMA.gov specifically about rumor response to help us make sure if there's any question or misinformation, or you're just not sure if what you heard is true, go to that page to make sure you're validating it with the truth. And with that, as we transition, I know this call is primarily focused on Helene and what we're doing on the ground regarding Helene. We do know, and we are all tracking, there is another threat on the horizon with Hurricane Milton. This will be a catastrophic event. This will be something that will require all of us at every level to work quickly, to take action now, to make sure that people are safe. And so my call to action for all of you is that if you are in the path of the storm, please take evacuation orders seriously. If you're asked to evacuate, evacuate. If you're in the path of the storm or not, but you have connections to those who are, help us send the message that the evacuation is urgent. We know that trusted messengers come from many different forms: government, non-government, your neighbor, a person of faith, a coworker. And so we need every voice out there helping us to lift up these urgent orders to make sure that people are getting to safety before that storm makes landfall. Really happy to be here to answer questions, to get you what you need, and to have this be the start of an ongoing conversation that we can have to make sure that FEMA is answering questions for you and getting the information that you need to support the work that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. And I know also from our many colleagues that your disability integration advisors are on the ground and active in making sure that the resources you have are broadly accessible. Let's turn to some of the questions provided by our participants. The first is a relatively simple but really important one. What are the steps that people should take if they were impacted by the flooding from the hurricane?
Absolutely. Important question. First and foremost is to listen to local officials. Conditions in areas may still be dangerous, and everyone in those affected areas should follow the instructions from local officials to stay safe from post-storm risks. People designated in designated counties of the path of the storm should do the first thing that we always advocate for in the recovery process if you're in that place, which is to call FEMA's assistance, or to apply rather for FEMA assistance in 3 ways. One, by online, visiting disasterassistance.gov, calling 1-800-621-3326, or through the FEMA app. We also know there's still connectivity challenges, and so we are growing our on-the-ground footprint with disaster assistance survivor teams to support in-person registration. Everyone's journey to recovery is different, and the first step is to apply for assistance because we recognize that everyone's needs will vary, and this assistance process will help to diagnose and tailor the assistance that's available to meet you where you are, given your unique situation. You may recover. Your recovery may look different from your friends or neighbors, but our dedicated staff is here to ensure that we can help you navigate what those needs are.
Thank you. And relatedly, it may be some of the same sites, but where do people look for information about shelter and meals? And if you don't mind, if you could repeat the phone number again, because I know sometimes these websites are confusing. It's complicated to apply for assistance. If you wouldn't mind just restating the phone number as well.
Absolutely. The phone number is 1-800-621-3326. I'm going to say it one more time. 1-800-621-3326. Happy to repeat it again later for those who join the call later to make sure that folks get it. The website is disasterassistance.gov. And then there's always the FEMA app available as well.
Thank you. And is that also where folks should go if they want information about meals and shelter?
No, although you can go there to start the process. We actually have different resources available for food and shelter. I would say that the first and foremost, most important thing is to, again, use the direction given by local officials who are going to have the real-time, real information about street corners and locations where food and water is being distributed. These things are going to be dynamic, and sometimes there isn't going to be a list that exists today that will be the same list as tomorrow, because local crews are in some cases trying to meet people where they are and move as quickly as they can into different communities. And so I don't want to set false expectations around where people can go, because it is such a dynamic footprint on the ground where people are moving fast to provide help. But there are 2 sources that I think are a really good starting point. One is FEMA.gov/Hurricane Helene. This is a FEMA website that is devoted specifically to this disaster. And on this webpage, you're going to be able to find links to other government sources, local government, state government, that has information on those specific asks for food, shelter, et cetera. And so that is a good place to go. A second place to go to help you get the immediate needs that you are looking for is through the Red Cross. The Red Cross has a program that will help connect you if you are missing a loved one or aren't sure where they are. They have a program to help connect you with that missing loved one. It's also a program that will help connect you to where there's a nearby shelter or food. And so they're another good resource on the ground to provide help. And there's also a phone number that I'll repeat twice and make sure that we're following up with all of you in the White House to make sure that this can get out to everyone after as well. And that phone number is 1-800-RED-CROSS. It's 1-800-RED-CROSS. The number specifically is 1-800-733-2767. That's 1-800-733-2767. FEMA has shipped over 15 million meals, over 13 million liters of water, and 157 generators and 500,000 tarps. And we are continuing to operate with our other federal partners, DoD and others, to get more support to the field. But those are the 2 sites, FEMA.gov, specific to Hurricane Helene, and the Red Cross for the actual on the ground where things are.
Thank you very much. I just have time for 1 or 2 more questions. I know that you represent one of the agencies in this interagency effort, but wanted to understand what you all are doing kind of on the ground to ensure that civil rights are being protected and that we're supporting those with disabilities.
Absolutely. We have disability integration teams who are on the ground embedded with us at the federal level, with our state partners on the ground to make sure that we are thinking about, not only thinking about, but we're prioritizing civil rights and the needs people have to access accurate, clear, and quick information that meets them where they are, and all the other processes that are a priority in the civil rights space to make sure that we are working, again, hand in hand with each state to make sure that people are getting the support that they need and that they're being protected and that they're safe. This is true with our disability integration teams that are doing very much the same work, but through the lens of the equities of people who have a disability or access functional needs, to make sure that when we start setting up different centers for people to come get assistance or to ask questions, that we're being as accessible, we are being completely accessible, and we are providing all the language accessibility that communities need. That when we're thinking about the distribution of different resources and support, we're doing so equitably through the lens of where people need to make sure that we're helping all people in a way that meets them where they are. So we have these two teams on the ground right now and continuing moving forward.
Thank you very much. We have a lot of people on the line who may have been personally impacted or may not have been, but who want to help. So how would you direct regular citizens or faith-based organizations or others? What is the best advice you can give them for ways that they can lend assistance?
First of all, we know in these moments, and Mr. Perez mentioned this at the top, as did you, Ms. Kaplan, but we see the best of humanity in these moments. We see people who are coming to the forefront to step in and step out to help other people. And that is what makes this country so phenomenally rich and dynamic. And we know that that is so true in a disaster. What is also true is that we can't have people deploy themselves or to act outside of an organization that can give them the structure and the guidance that they need to be helpful and to stay safe. And so our recommendation is, if you want to be helpful, and if that's in the form of you're able to volunteer and help in person, if you're able to give a donation of any kind, whether that's cash or a product, is to contact an organization that you trust, and the organizations that are on the ground right now, those voluntary active organizations that do work in disaster, to make sure that that work and that support and those donations are able to be put to good use in a way that will be operationalized to help the field, that keeps you safe, that keeps the situation on the ground that is very dynamic, still moving in a way that will help people. And if there are any questions about where to find these organizations, I have two sources for you. One is to contact the NVOAD organization, and their website is nvoad.org. That's NVOAD.org. This is an organization that oversees and works with all the disaster-oriented groups that are doing great work now and moving forward in disaster. If your organization is looking to support and you are not an individual looking to support and you want to be more involved the way that you're being involved already, you can contact us at FEMA and we can help you navigate what that looks like. And so we have a team called the FEMA Voluntary Agency Liaison Team, and then we have an email address that you can contact. And again, we'll follow up to make sure that folks have it. But the email is FEMA-VAL, VAL, at FEMA.dhs.gov.
There will not be a test after for all of these websites, just in case you were getting concerned about that. We will make sure to send them around. And I think the final way, which many of you on the line have been doing, is, I know that we are receiving a lot of information, specific instances, stories, data, and we want to continue to do that. Is there also another official channel people should be sharing so that the resources that are allocated are the most appropriate and effective?
Absolutely. I think emailing what resources and work that you're already doing to that email that I gave for the VAL is a good place to send your updates or information to. We can help coordinate that. and answer any questions you may have. So we definitely want to make sure that as you're out in the community doing work, that we are well coordinated. We always say that the only way to help people before, during, and after disaster is through a whole of community, whole of government approach. We can't do this alone. FEMA can't do this alone. The federal government can't do this alone. No one organization can do this alone. We are all in this moment working together. We need to continue working together and be coordinated, because it's going to take all of us to make sure that the people who've been impacted by Helene, and then soon the people who will be impacted by Hurricane Milton, are getting what they need from all of us coming together, working together. The point you raised about stories is so powerful. We know that the power of a story can motivate someone to take action beyond what we in government can do alone. If you have a story, especially if you are in the path of the storm of Helene, and you know what it's like to have experienced that catastrophe, you are some of the most influential people to help communicate why people need to take this upcoming storm seriously, to evacuate if they hear evacuation orders issued, and to make sure that they're getting themselves, their families, and their neighbors and their loved ones to a safe place. Because unfortunately for all of us, myself included, who've survived disaster, we know better than anyone the urgency of the moment when there's still time. And so please help us tell those stories, because you will quite literally save someone's life.
Thank you. Thank you, Kristen. Thank you to everybody who joined on the line. Again, we will send around resources and information. This has been incredibly helpful, and we encourage you to stay in touch with us in whatever way you possibly can. So thank you again for joining today, and warmest wishes to all of you as you recover.
one of these days when I become a girl who meal preps, I will make those dates with peanut butter and chocolate and sea salt. And maybe I'll throw some pistachios on there. Who's to say? Just see where the wind blows. And okay, everybody good? Okay, thank you so much.
Mic check channel 2. Mic check channel 2.
Ladders are not allowed in VPR.
Mic check channel 2. Oh, sorry, dude. Mic check channel 2. Yep. Okay.
It's great.
Oliver, how many remotes you got around the thing?
Just gonna grab that from her hand.
Are you gonna put a remote down in the hole, shoot up with a wide angle?
Actually, that'd be pretty cool.
One-legged classic Oliver moves.
10 millimeter fisheye.
Good afternoon. In a few moments, Doug and I will plant a tree here on the grounds of the residence of the Vice President of the United States. And we dedicate this tree to the 1,200 innocent souls in an act of pure evil on October 7, 2023, who were massacred by Hamas terrorists. 46 of our fellow Americans were killed in this brutal terrorist attack, including a singer from Missouri who died shielding her son from bullets, an academic and peace activist who studied in Seattle and who was the grandson of Holocaust survivors, and a dancer from California who was killed alongside her fiancé while attending the Nova Music Festival. I am devastated by the pain and loss that occurred on October 7, and Doug and I pray for the family and loved ones of all of those who were lost, and may their memories be a blessing. Today, I know many Jews will be reciting and reflecting on the Jewish prayer for mourning, the Kaddish. The words of the prayer are not about death. It is a prayer about our enduring belief in God, even in our darkest moments. So as we reflect on the horrors of October 7, let us please be reminded that we cannot lose faith. The Jewish philosopher, Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel, wrote, and I quote, "Religion begins with a consciousness that something is asked of us." So in this moment, on the one-year commemoration of October 7, what is asked of us? What is asked of us? First and foremost, I believe that we must never forget. I will never forget October 7, and the world must never forget. What is asked of us? We must work to ensure nothing like the horrors of October 7 can ever happen again. And on this solemn day, I will restate my pledge to always ensure that Israel has what it needs to defend itself, and that I will always work to ensure the safety and security of the Jewish people here and around the world. What is asked of us? We must reunite the hostages held in Gaza with their families, and I will never stop fighting for the release of all the hostages, including the American citizens, living and deceased. Omer, Idan, Sagi, Keith, Judy, God, and Ite. What is asked of us? We must uphold the commitment to repair the world, an idea that has been passed on throughout generations of the Jewish people and across many faiths. And to that end, we must work to relieve the immense suffering of innocent Palestinians in Gaza who have experienced so much pain and loss over the year. What is asked of us? We must continue to see light amidst the darkness. As the late Rabbi Jonathan Sacks said, a people that can walk through the valley of the shadow of death and still rejoice is a people that cannot be defeated by any force or fear. That is why today we plant a pomegranate tree, which in Judaism is a symbol of hope and righteousness. So for years to come, this pomegranate tree will stand here, spreading its roots and growing stronger, to remind future vice presidents of the United States, their families, and all who pass through these grounds not only of the horror of October 7th, but the strength and the endurance of the Jewish people. It will remind us all not to abandon the goal of peace, dignity, and security for all. And it will remind us all to always have faith. Thank you, and I will now turn it over to the second gentleman, my husband, Doug.
Thank you. As we gather here today on what was the deadliest day for Jewish people since the Holocaust, I am still filled with pain and despair. This is an incredibly challenging day for Jews around the world, myself included. October 7th hit us hard as a community. We are still hurting, and today feels just as raw as it did 1 year ago. What happened on October 7th is seared into our souls. I can't stop thinking about the hostages and their families and all of those we've lost over the past year. Earlier today, I attended AJC's National October 7th Memorial Commemoration at 6th and I, and I recited a prayer for peace, that we all see the day soon when this war and bloodshed come to an end. As the first Jewish spouse of an American president or vice president, I take this role very seriously. Kamala is the one who encouraged me to use my platform I have to fight against anti-Semitism and hate. She is also the person who encouraged me to lean into my Jewish faith. When we first moved into this residence, we affixed a mezuzah on the doorpost with our family present. Now, as we prepare to leave a legacy of our time here, we plant this pomegranate tree to honor this solemn day and for the families who will come after us to enjoy. This is the first tree we've planted since we moved in here, and it'll be the first fruit tree ever planted by a second family at the residence. Kalma and I are proud to continue a tradition with this symbolic meaning for every family that's lived here and who will live here. And it is especially meaningful to me that this property will now always commemorate the pain of the Jewish people, as well as the resilience and hope of the Jewish people. May the memories of those we've lost be a blessing. Thank you.
Copy that. Pictures in 1.5 minutes. Randy, they're coming to pictures in 1.5 minutes. Am I on? Yes, I am. Okay, you're not getting any crackling? Ay. Super frustrating. Usually we get it together so we can be 30 seconds. Copy that. Usually we're miserable together. Standing by. You got it. Okay, they are off of our picture. See, I feel like this is getting ready to go. Oh, you can still move. I don't want to make you work harder than necessary. That was so many minutes. I love your minutes. You're a weirdo minute. Okay. This is about my group, right? Let's do it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check. Yeah, I think this is a couple thousand strong. I think this is a couple thousand people. I still think this is a couple thousand. We've seen like 10,000. I don't think this is this many. It's definitely a couple thousand though. Maybe not. You're crazy. 200. Cray cray. No matter how I slice this, I'm getting a couple thousand. And the move has begun. And Newscapter 7 to the news desk, just letting you know the move has begun. I think that's total traffic side. over, big guy. Er, er, er. This is frustrating that this is not better. Yes, sir, they have begun the move. I think if I were a motorist, I would never drive around Union Square Park. But I just feel like every time there's a protest, you get stuck in people. Right? No, these are just people. I think I would completely panic. I don't know if you want to go south of it and look north or north of it and look south. You can choose what's better for you. Okay, that needs to go off now. Do we want to sit over Grand Central? So then go north of him and we'll look south and we'll make it work. Now I'm assuming they're going to Grand Central. That was the plan, but I don't know if it's true. You know how that works. I'll do a thing so it'll pop up on the thing. Good for them. I want to be them. It's probably Jimmy the Greek. Yeah, I don't want to go off of my little protesters. I don't want to get in trouble again. You know how that happens with me a lot. We should be just about over it, though, right? If we're not, we're really close. Yeah, we're like, it's just off our right. So you're like kind of perfectly aligned. I just figured they were on a different story. I could look. Yeah, so I feel like you're in a happy. Stop with your words. I'm like, I know it's here somewhere. Right? Huh. Yeah, this is perfect. This will be the least amount of headache, I think. Commercial, I can make sure we're positioned. He is pretty close to us. It's always uplifting. Copy that. I still have him at our left. You got it. Mic check from the newscopter. Testing 1, 2, 3. Mic check from the newscopter. Hello, hello, and hello. All right, copy that. You're coming to us in 1:45, sir. Probably closer to 1:30 because I waited a solid 16 seconds before I told you that. So... Yeah, you're still good.
And you can see that they've made their way on Park Avenue. You are looking down at the front of this now. This is right around East 21st Street, but we're going to bring this picture back to give you an idea of just how large this protest is. We're estimating about several thousand strong. The end of it just came out of Union Square. Now, keep in mind, this is the same group of people that went from the Stock Exchange to City Hall to Washington Square Park and then to Union Square Park. It appears now they are on their way to Grand Central. We know, of course, that there were 2 arrests made, but for the most part, this has been largely peaceful and obviously disrupting traffic at this point. And of course, we will continue to follow them, reporting live over Park Avenue. Shannon Stone, Channel 7, Eyewitness News. Newscapter 7 to the news desk. Sorry, Brian.
they're gonna get to a point where they're gonna have a list of livelihood assignments the night before, and somebody's gonna have to pre-assign them, and then hope that nothing changes. Right.
A beeline over. Yeah. So I think probably here.
Okay, perfect. Lay down on the ground. Have her stop at your back.
Right here.
Yeah, just lay
like, I don't have any tape, but. Yeah. I used to get low for these, and then the audio you couldn't hear anything. Right. So now I'm like, okay. You listen to it later and you're like, nothing.
Do you feed that back live, or how do you send that in?
No, I gotta upload it.
Do you have to wait till we get to where we're going?
No, I'm trying to do it on the plane with like the 5 seconds of Wi-Fi.
I'm surprised that you don't have little recorders that have like a Wi-Fi built into it.
You know, that'd be really handy.
Do they not make those? You should invent it and make $1 million. You know, and that, yeah.
It is pretty.
We did that just for you.
I got her.
Yeah, there's got to be some type of a little
in Michigan,
thing that you could use. I mean, you should be able to go into your cell phone. You know. Well, what you would need is to come out of there into your phone. So you're recording, and then at the same time feeding the phone. Yeah.
off the phone with Administrator Criswell at FEMA, and I cannot stress enough to all the folks in Florida, in the Tampa area, please listen to evacuation orders. Please listen to your local officials, because I know a lot of folks out there have survived these hurricanes before. This one is going to be very, very serious. And I urge you to please just grab whatever you need. Listen to the orders you're getting from your local officials. They know what they're telling you, and they know what Milton is about to be. So please do that. The other point I'd make is that there's a lot of mis and disinformation being pushed out there by the former president about what is available, in particular to the survivors of Helene. And first of all, it's extraordinarily irresponsible. It's about him. It's not about you. And the reality is that FEMA has so many resources that are available to folks who desperately need them now, and resources that are about helping people get back on their feet and rebuild and have places to go. You are entitled to these resources. People are entitled to these resources, and it is critically important that people apply for the help that is there to support. That all of those resources were created for just these kinds of moments in an emergency situation, knowing that folks are entitled to have the relief that they so rightly need at this moment in time. So listen to your sheriffs around the places that have been impacted by Helene. Listen to your local sheriff, who's going to tell you straight about what's available to you and how, for so many reasons and ways, there are no conditions attached to the relief that's available to you.
Mr. President, Governor DeSantis, NBC is reporting Governor DeSantis is ignoring your calls on hurricanes, resources, and help. How does that hurt the situation here?
You know, moments of crisis, if nothing else, should really be the moment that anyone who calls themselves a leader says they're going to put politics aside and put the people first. People are in desperate need of support right now, and playing political games with this moment in these crisis situations, these are the height of emergency situations, is just utterly irresponsible, and it is selfish, and it is about political gamesmanship instead of doing the job that you took an oath to do, which is to put the people first.
Madam Vice President, Milton's arrival, what does it mean for resources?